Hello everybody and welcome to StruggleR Season 2, race number 16. I can't even count today. It's just like every other day of the week. I just fail at basic things. Today we're going to be playing Advanced Wars 2, Black Hole Rising. That's not a euphemism. And joining me today for this absolutely wonderful race is going to be my co-host, Hextree. Hi, Hex.
Hello, everyone.
You were one of the people that was kind of in the preliminary phases of this race, a potential racer. So it's great to have you because I know that at least one of us will know what they're talking about. But we're hoping to bring you a very exciting race today because we've got well, we've got 3 hot-headed generals in the war room, ready to command their armies into paste, basically, against the enemy. But before we get to that, let's just tell you about the Wheel of Struggle. I know some of you are not members of the Wheel of Struggle, especially if you're watching this on YouTube as a VOD. You might have clicked on it because, wow, people are racing Advance Wars 2. That's like my favourite game. Well, hey, guess what? We play games like this all the time and more on the Wheel of Struggle, which is kind of like a gaming group that's it's kind of like a book club. We have a list of games that make up a season, and then the wheel is spun each time to decide which game is going to be next. There are rule sets, but don't worry, it's not too complicated, although plenty of people try to rules lawyer their way into insane scores and caveats and get-arounds. But for the most part, it's very above-board competition where you compete. Usually 5 hours per week is the maximum that we ask of you. And those scores are then tallied up and dividended out until we have a leaderboard that can be won each season. We've got a previous season winner in the race today. And you could be just like Floof and come along and steal the show. So please do join the Discord. If you haven't already, you can go to wheelofstruggle.com and there's a link to the Discord there. You can also find information about our community and lots of other bits and pieces. In fact, I think the site soon might be getting a little bit of an upgrade. But I didn't tell you that. So please do check us out if you are thinking about it. We would love to have you. So, here are our 3 races today. We are joined by, probably, I would say, the favourite, but, you know, nothing is set in stone. Racer number 1, Love and Floofen.
Hello, everybody. Stop building me up.
Well, look, we just got to be honest. Plus, you know, chat usually are right about these things. They don't need help from me. They can usually call the winner of these things. Because, well, they're just desperate for channel points.
I'm just going to say I'm so happy that I was muted during your introduction. Otherwise, you would have heard an incredibly ugly snort laugh as you introduced the game.
Oh, boy. Racer number 2, we have Kythius here today.
That's me. I'm Kythius.
It is. How are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm ready mentally, physically. I've been training for years for this moment. I think 100% victory is mine.
Fantastic. In all of that thousands of hours of training, I mean, that must have been what made you so incredibly late today.
Yes, yeah, and I was extremely late. So late, I'm not even here yet. I might turn up halfway through. Or at least that's what I'll say with the final podiums, that I only played half the time.
Hey, look, if you think you are the least favourite in the race, trust me, that's how I felt going into Mean Bean Machine. Maybe, just maybe, we might see a little Mean Bean miracle here today.
Well, you've just mentioned Mean Bean Machine and broken my spirit, so...
Shit, sorry.
Never mind, I'll just sit here and weep.
Oh, thanks. We just got him through 2 months of therapy, folks. It's all undone. Racer number 3, who also fancies his chances, I'm sure, is Decky F.
I do not fancy my chances against either of these two. The guy who invented this and lastminute.com, it's fine. They're going to smash me.
Look, we've got 3 very shy, reluctant generals here today, which is what you're looking for in a general, you know.
Yeah, not confidence. You don't want confidence in the general.
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you all for being here. It's absolutely wonderful to have you. We'll now do our player interviews. So, Hex, do you have the document open?
Yeah, I do.
Feel free to take it away with our first racer, Love and Floofen.
Okay, then. Oh, just closed it. 1 second.
No worries.
Okay. Love and Floofen.
Hi.
Page 2. Got it. All right, so history. I'll read out your history here. I was bought the first Advance Wars game as an apology from my parents for shipping me off to my nan's farm in Somerset, where there was ... no computer games.
It was worse than that, actually. Because not only was there no computer games, there was barely electricity. So my dad's side of the family, they're all horse people. My auntie now owns a livery yard. She has a riding school. So it's all very horse oriented, which means they always had a lot of land out in the middle of bloody nowhere. And all I had was my Game Boy Advance, a big pack of batteries to plug into said Game Boy Advance, and Advance Wars 1.
And so, after the first game, did you get hold of the next games?
I didn't like the first game. It took me ages. It took me ages to beat it because the first game had a mandatory tutorial sequence that you actually had to beat to unlock the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
And for my young brain was just like, this is boring. Is this all I get? I can't believe my parents bought this. I can't believe I wanted this. What rubbish. But purely through virtue of nothing else to do, I persevered, beat the first Advance Wars, and then my parents got me the second one for Christmas. I didn't even know a second one had come out. And that was where the love really began with the series.
Nice. Okay, so onto favorites. Favorites, it is definitely this game, i.e. Advance Wars 2. It hit the stride perfectly of mechanics, unit balance, CO balance, and the series' general feel was best executed here. My favorite CO in this game is Adder, despite him being widely regarded as top 3 worst COs in the game.
Yes, I don't know which part of that to address first. So Advance Wars 2, I think a lot of people feel that it did everything the first game did, but just looked a bit better, played a little bit better. It introduced a new unit and the Super CO mechanic and a few Black Hole COs. And it just had a nice, well-rounded cast with the writing still being kind of silly, funny. It didn't take itself too seriously, but it was a fun and really solid game at the baseline, so it didn't need to take itself seriously.
Yeah, I share the same opinion. This is my favorite game too. I guess it's the one that PvP scene was based on as well.
Yes.
Right, and your fighting talk. Do you remember it? Do you want to say it yourself? Otherwise, I'll say it.
I think my fighting talk is a battle with me is a greater honor than you deserve.
That's right.
Which people who have played the game a lot know that is what Adder says when he uses his CO power, which was a voice-acted line in the Reboot Camp, so you hear it a lot as well if you've ever played Reboot Camp.
Mm-hmm. And your one word?
I don't remember what my one word was.
Your one word is wibble.
Ah, yes, a wobble. Popular excuse from Blackadder goes forth to plead insanity and get oneself out of war.
Ah.
So
okay, then.
Yeah, it seems silly on the face of it, but actually has a deeper meaning.
A wobble.
Right, a wibble indeed. I'm going to wibble my way over to racer number 2. We have here today Kythius, Wheel Daddy Extraordinaire. It says here, your history with this game, that you casually enjoyed the Advanced War series. You enjoy things with a bit of a turn-based strategy, and you think the bulk of your history with it was the Dual Strike version, which you played to death, but it's been a while. And you also should really dust off Reboot Camp and get that finished as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I've definitely played more Dual Strike than anything else, and I think I finally got Reboot Camp when we were talking about an Advanced Wars race for StruggleR Season 1, and then I promptly forgot to do my practice for that as well. Then it got postponed, and look where we are now. All the practice behind me, all the preparation, and Reboot Camp still gathering dust in my drawer.
Well, I think I'll probably pick up that bootcamp version because I really enjoyed playing. I played a little bit of this the other day just to kind of dip my toes so I'd know exactly what you guys were up against. And I think, 1 and 2 with a nice HD ratio, fresh coat of paint sounds right up my alley.
It is good. I do recommend it. And yeah, it's fun watching you play the other day, Garlic. So that was the extent of my practice, I think, for this race.
I'm so glad I could help in my own strange way. It says here that your favorite then obviously is Dual Strike. Is that? I'm guessing that's one of the later DS versions of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I just Dual Strike. What I spent a lot of time just playing through and unlocking everything. So that's just got its place for me.
I do feel like, and this is not necessarily a rule per se, but certainly with strategy games like this, with those kind of like one more turn mentality, they've really fit in quite nicely in a handheld format. So it makes perfect sense that this series took off so well on the GBA and then later into the DS. And now full circle with the Switch, which I guess is portable.
Yeah.
Right, your fighting talk. Do you remember what you wrote out as your fighting talk?
Yeah. So I think my strategy for this race should have been to seek further appeasement of Floof, give him 50% of my mineral wealth, and sue for peace, rather than face him in war. To be honest.
Yeah. See. True story. Like Quantum P1 this season, he was in about 600 races. I think it would probably have been 1,000 if the vast majority of people he'd pointed the finger at hadn't sued for peace and said no, war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I really need to point out the irony of you saying somebody else took part in like 1,000 races. Can't let that go unpointed.
I've really scaled back this season. Really scaled back. But fittingly, your one word is peace.
Yes, peace.
How far do you think peace will get you today?
I'm hoping everyone else has a change of heart and just goes, do you know what? Games of war are just not fun, and we all need to just stop and not play. So, I would like to impeach my opponents to just, or implore my opponents. Once the timer starts, just put down your controllers. Just go for a walk, see some nature, take in some fresh air, some trees, little fluffy animals that run across your path. And don't worry about the race. Just walk away.
I did mine too early then. I did that last week.
We'll just do it again.
We weren't expecting 5 hours of the same screen as the players all contentiously object to the warfare. We weren't expecting it, but it was a beautiful moment in StruggleR Season 2. They're going to be talking about it in the history books forever.
So it'd be a great story. We'd come back to it. Of course, the meta of that story is that I continue and actually play the game and win. But
well, you've just said that plan out loud, so I think
shit.
Yep, torpedoed yourself there, mate.
Yeah, ironic. It's probably what I'll do in the actual game as well.
Okay, and we'll hand over to Hex for a Dex interview.
Okay, Decky.
Hi.
History with this game. I'm not overly attached to these games as, say, Floof is. However, Fish, Alondite, and Octo introduced these Game Boy games to me when I was relatively young. I never owned them, but I enjoyed playing and watching them when I was young. I then later played them with emulators, and then got the reboot camp and worked my way through that.
This is
Did
true.
you make your way all the way to the end of it?
No, I similar to kind of Fish. I smashed through 1 like really, really quickly, and then started playing through 2, and then put it down. Like most of my kind of modern new games that I've been playing, and then come back to it like 2 or 3 years later and go, oh, I should have finished that. So yeah, Advance Wars 2 on that is nearly done. I want to say. I'll have to check.
Okay. So your favorite in the series is Advance Wars 1. It set the scene, it had an element of basic RTS I quite enjoyed without overcomplicating things.
So yeah, it's obviously not a real-time strategy, it's just a strategy game. But
turn-based, yeah.
Yeah, it's a turn-based one. But I even though I'm not amazing at them, I do enjoy strategy, real-time strategy, and although, any base builder games. So yeah, seeing this, I was kind of like, yeah, I can get on with this. Doesn't mean I'm going to be good at it, but yeah.
So, what do you think of one of the major changes where they added superpowers? Like, do you find that makes it a lot more complex? Or?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Only because of obviously you've got 2 kind of two different size stars to kind of keep an eye on, and then if you kind of time or like, even though you've got two different buttons for it in the menu, sometimes I'm kind of like, what's their super? Most of the time it's double, right? With an extra kind of benefit. But sometimes I just kind of forget that the superpower has an extra.
Yeah, I think quite a lot of the time it's actually quite wildly different. Yeah, sometimes it's just double the effect. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Okay, so your fighting talk. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Discord right now. Most of the time on my fighting talk, I don't really use my fighting talk, so I've said I'm not a contender here. I plan to just cause mild annoyance. I think the only person I've actually used fighting talk for was Strife in Final Fantasy VII. But yeah.
Okay, we'll see if you achieve your plan. And your one word.
Stuff. I didn't know what to say.
That's great.
Fantastic.
That's all the questions. You've passed.
Thank you.
Back to Gumps.
Thank you, Hex. Well, there you go. And our prediction is currently open. I decided to actually do the prediction before the race started today, like to make it actually above board and legit, because Twitch had been on the phone saying that, insider trading's been going on. So we're doing it all now. Currently, chat are 100% behind Love and Floofen. That is...
Bet on Decky. He has a document. He didn't tell you. He has a document. Bet on Decky.
I've made 3 pages of shorthand notes. It's not... You wrote a Word document for this that the commentators are using.
While we've been talking, the number of points bet on Love and Floofen has doubled. It's still 100% going towards Love and Floofen. But they've got just over half the time left, so we'll see how it shakes out. But for now, let's transition over to the race screen, and we will go through the rules and basic overview of the game. So, as we've been discussing, Advanced Wars 2 is the better, faster, harder, stronger follow-up to the first game, where you go around the world one more time, trying to get lucky in violent contact with opposing factions. I feel like we should be spreading digital love and not hate, but then I don't know what the funk I'm talking about. I'd also like to address the rumours that I was bet £5 to put Daft Punk titles into this blurb. Those are completely unfounded, and I'll fight you face to face, and you'll get derezzed, mate. So, watch yourself. Thank you for the pity laugh, by the way.
It wasn't. I enjoyed it. I love Daft Punk.
And the rules, of course. Players will be fighting in the War Room today. The War Room is a series of pre-arranged battles designed to provide a fun challenge for those who are done with the game's story campaign. They can choose to tackle them in any order they wish, and they can use most of the game's commanding officers. The races have decided which COs are a little bit too OP, and they've been banned from use. I believe, actually, at a glance, those are Hachi, Kanbei, and Sturm. If one of our racers selects one of those by accident today, they will incur a 10-minute penalty. If they haven't worked it out after 10 minutes, we will interrupt and intervene and let them know that they are using a CO they shouldn't be using. But I think all 3 of our racers today are probably going to be very careful about doing that, so I don't think it will occur. Obviously we don't expect anyone to beat all of the skirmishes today, so we have a 5-hour hard cap, and at the end of those 5 hours we will be adding up how many skirmishes have been beaten. Most skirmishes wins, but if we have a tie, then we'll be moving to analysing individual ranks on the missions that they completed and allocating points for each rank. So there'll basically be a numerical total that hopefully won't be tied. So that's how it's going to work. Chat, I've almost finished betting. We've seen... Right, so very interestingly, we've got money on the other horses in this race now. Incredible. Currently, Floof is at 4,930 points. Kythius has gained 3,000 points, straight out of nowhere. And Decky F, someone has bet 10 points on you.
Legend.
Yeah,
that was me.
It might have been at Tater's invitation as well, because I can see in the chat here it says, go on, someone put 10 on deck, lol. So, and that's how it's going to wrap up. That's how it's finished. So, I'll get you the percentages in particular. One sec. So 62% of the chat going with Floof, 38% of the chat going with Kythius, and those 10 points round down, yes, 0% of the chat going with Dekief.
Amazing. I love it.
Really sorry to whoever put 3k on me, by the way. Sorry about that.
Well, maybe Maybe they believe in you. Okay, well, seeing as we starting a little bit late, actually we've kind of caught up some time a bit, because usually we allocate 30 minutes for that chat, and it's 40 minutes now in, so that's not too bad. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to get this race underway, and then we will probably check in with you gentlemen every so often, especially if we see that you're in the middle of something important, something that requires thought and attention. Then we'll probably jump in and start asking you questions like, what's your favourite sponge? And we've also got toilet breaks allocated at 2 hours and 4 hours in. Just like yesterday, except you'll be happy to know I haven't got a WoS screen this time, because each OBS layout is separate, and I haven't built a new WoS screen today. So, fans of the WoS screen, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, is everyone ready to go? Any last words to each other before we begin?
I do have one quick question, and I can't remember if we covered it or not.
That's okay.
Can we replay a map? Say we get one score and we want to get a better rank. Can we replay it? Obviously, it won't count for another completion, but to get better scores.
I mean, I didn't see the problem with it.
Yeah, just want to just double check, because I don't want to get through it and kind of think, well, I could go back to that one and get a better score if I try.
Yeah, if I were you, Deck, I'd just keep playing Span Island over and over again until you perfect it.
Why did you have to tell everyone my plan?
It might still be me, who knows?
Okay, well, you heard it here first, folks. They can replay for higher ranks if that seems to be a tactic they want to employ. So maybe in the last hour we might see some of that. It's true. All right, if everyone's ready, I will count us down from 5. So we'll be beginning in 5. Oh, Tater says take the 10 points back.
Okay, cool.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. Good luck, gentlemen. We will catch up with you in a little bit. Okay, our races are muted and deafened. We can see here that Deck and Kythius have gone for the first mission. Floof's gone for a different one already.
Yeah, one of the ones near the bottom, I think. It was too fast for me to see it.
Certainly a power move. We'll see how this plays out. We've also got Andy as the CEO for Deck and Kythius here, while what has Floof gone with? Who, rather, I should say. Is this Grit? Oh, no, he's playing as Sammy.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Decky's picked Max, actually.
Oh, yes, he has. Yeah, my bad.
And yes, Kythius picked Andy.
So we'll probably be running through the COs as this race goes on, just giving you little bits of information. Floof has created a wonderful document that's really awesome and is going to provide a lot of details for us today. So each CO has essentially kind of 2 power-ups that they can do. You can see the little stars underneath their pictures there, and it's the same for the COs they're playing against as well. Basically, as time goes on and turns are taken, those stars fill up. Once the little stars are filled up and you're onto the big stars, you basically unlock the ability to either use their kind of CO power or their super CO power. Obviously, the super CO power is usually tends to be a slightly stronger version of the initial power. So Kythius has begun with Andy here. Andy's CO power is a hyper repair, which deals +2 heal to all units. And then the super CO power is a hyper upgrade, which adds +5 heal to all units, 10% power increase, and +1 movement. So it's kind of like an all-round buff, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone who's never played one of these games before, there are 2 win scenarios for each map that they play. Either wiping out all of the enemy units, that will result in a victory, or you can see in the top right of Kythius' screen here, there is kind of like a... Oh, sorry, in the bottom left of Kythius' screen, you can see the blue enemy, I guess I would call it headquarters, or capital building, or whatever it is, that tower. If you capture that tower, that is also win condition. So, you know,
yes.
You might find yourself in a situation where, you know, it makes more sense to go for that building. something like
I
that.
think in a lot of cases that probably will be what they do. Yeah, it will end the game early, earlier than having to wipe out everything, especially on the big maps.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. So regarding Andy, Andy is like the first CO you really play in the campaign, and you spend a few levels on him, and he seems like a beginner-friendly CO. When it comes to PvP, that's not really true. He's actually quite a difficult CO to play. The reason being, to make full use of that healing, you want to get hurt, because if you get hurt, then you can heal. So you're kind of making the best efficiency there. It's kind of hard to get hurt without dying, because your enemy is going to be trying to finish you off. They know you're Andy, so it's actually quite a difficult CO to use.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because it's that classic age-old survival horror problem where you hoard all this ammunition and you try not to use it, and then at the end of the game you've just got a bunch of stuff that you've got nothing to use it on. It's like that. It's like you have to get deliberately hurt before you can use that power to full effect. By the way, for anyone who's played this game before, you might well notice that there are usually when these units clash, there's this beautiful animation where you see two halves of the screen with the units in them, and they fire at each other. It's very cool, but unfortunately, because it takes up time, it's been switched off today. So that's why the units just kind of like bonk together and the numbers change, because that whole process has been removed to save some time.
So Deki has gone with Max, and Max is probably the second CO you come across in the campaign, and he is a melee specialist, so he's really good at direct attacks. He likes using his tanks and his recons. His infantry don't get any special buff. It's mainly just like his things on wheels. So yeah, he likes face-to-face attacks. He gets extra attack in melee. He sucks at ranged, so as Max you generally don't want to use any ranged units. You don't want to use artillery or rockets. You can, and some top players actually do that in PvP, but they're just really bad. In the first Advanced Wars game, Max was actually like the S tier CO. He was too powerful, so I think they actually made him a lot weaker in this game. He's kind of like a middle tier in this game. Well, he's decent though.
Yeah, nerfed him a bit. There's that power up.
Yeah, so his power, both powers generally just add more attack strength to him, and I think his superpower actually adds movement as well, which is often very useful.
Totally. As I only dipped my toes the other day, but I found that things that could move across the map quicker just allowed you to get to capturable cities quicker, so you could increase your amount of resources, or get to important bits on the map that kind of block other things, like those little bridges, especially on a map like this where there are no aircraft or boats or what have you. Those bridges become choke points, so definitely even just taking something like a recon and setting it on that bridge is enough to stop things getting through. So yeah, definitely movement across the map is a very useful thing to have.
I think I misunderstood because Kythius has the colours flipped, so I think he's actually Colin. I think that's what you said to begin with, isn't it? So he is actually Colin.
Yeah, because I was confused by that as well, because he's playing the exact same map as Dek, but Dek is fighting against the blue, and Kythius is not.
Yeah,
Maybe
so the
Kythius
enemy
just
is
really likes
Andy.
blue.
Yeah. In that case, yeah, he's Colin. So Colin's one that was specifically introduced in the second game, so he's not in the first game, unlike the others here. And he is a strange CO. His day-to-day, he gets units cheaper. He just buys them for a cheaper price, something like 20% off. And his mini power is multiply your current money by 1.5.
Very nice.
Yeah, he just prints money out of thin air. His superpower is also quite strange. The more money you have at the time of using it, the more attack strength, more damage you do in battle for that turn. Although the mini power is actually just better because it scales. Like the more money you have, the more money you have. So you're growing exponentially. So people just pop the mini power over and over again, And it's actually only 2 stars, which is very small, easy to fill up. So Colin is as Kramet has pointed out, because he picked Colin, and Colin is of the blue faction, Blue Moon. Oh, okay, that's why the game's flipped the colors.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, still no one actually pulled out a victory yet. I can see that Deck is definitely pushing the blues into the corner there. Kythius is also sort of making headway towards the capital building of the rival faction there. Meanwhile, Floof, I have no idea what's going on Floof's screen.
Yeah, Floof's been making a lot of infantry, which is Sammy's specialty. Sammy is an infantry specialist. Sammy's infantry do quite a lot more damage, something like 30% or something, I can't remember. And that's... she gets the penalty that pretty much everything else is like 10% reduced attack. So she is the early game specialist. She wants to churn out lots of infantry, capture buildings quickly, and get a good income so that she can make up for her weaker tanks and stuff in the mid to late game.
Yeah.
But against the AI, you can actually just spam a lot of mechs, which is what is being done right now on screen. So those little guys carrying the bazookas, they're the mechs.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I also noticed that there's a third faction on that map, so I didn't even realize that you could have 3-way battles in this game.
Yeah. You can have up to 4, I believe.
Wow.
They'll take longer, so it's interesting that Floof has gone for that first. Maybe he's planning to get all the maps done.
Yeah, or perhaps, thinking that in the latter stages of the race, he wants to be making more progress quicker by getting the easier levels, as opposed to locking them in now. It's definitely a strategy. We'll see if it pays off. Oh, so Kramet's saying it's 2v1, if he recalls correctly, with you being the one.
Yeah, it seems that all the maps where there are multiple opponents, they're all against you, allied with each other.
I see.
That's an added difficulty. So one special thing about Sammy, so her superpower, in addition to improving her infantry movement and attack, she can also capture buildings in a single turn. Like, no matter how damaged the infantry is that's doing the capturing.
Oh,
so capturing a building normally takes 2 turns if you're at full health. Because you add your health to the progress. So there's 20 units of progress on a building. 1 turn it takes to add 10, another turn it takes to add 10. So generally it takes you 2 turns or more. But even if you've got a 1 health unit, you can capture the enemy HQ using a superpower in one go. Now, against the AI...
Yeah,
because the AI is not smart enough to defend against that. Like, when you play PvP, if you're against Sammy, you normally know to keep something on your HQ, like a tank or something, just to stop them doing that.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a fog of war map, because they can just come out of nowhere. But against the AI, it's often easy to pull that off, because the AI just doesn't protect against it. So that might be what Floof is working towards, but does mean having to get his infantry close enough to the HQs.
It seems pretty redundant to say, but definitely removing those animations speeds things up greatly.
Yeah.
It's a shame that the thing is gorgeous. All of the sprites are really, really vivid, nice. They just pop against the background.
So that's one complaint I have about the reboot. Despite it being a fun game, the sprites, well, at least not even sprites, the models for the infantry and tanks and stuff, they're kind of hard to tell apart from what I've seen, especially things like medium tank and small tank. All right, we have a victory on Decky's screen.
We have an A rank.
259. I'll just put that into the spreadsheet.
Aces, thank you for doing that, by the way.
So I think Kythius is facing a little bit of a stalematey situation because Colin, in addition to his benefits, he has a penalty. His units are just weaker, like 10 or 20% weaker.
Yeah. So I guess that's to offset the fact that he can print resources super fast because he's got lots of money. Deck here, I think, getting his troops into an APC and send them down the road, which is what I did on this map as well the other day. The fun thing about this map, the second map, is that it just to the right here of the start point, there is a mountain range with a factory, and if you can kind of get in there quick and start printing things out of that factory, you can kind of go for the capital building without having to go all the way around the sort of like anti-clockwise around the map.
Yeah, so you generally almost send infantry through there because they can ignore forests as they run.
Yeah. I think that's the only reason I beat this map, is because I basically had a factory there that was printing Neotanks like constantly.
Yeah.
Oh, and let's just take a second to enjoy this music as well. Like, all of the music in the game is good, but when they use their powers, oh, I love this tune.
Yeah.
You missed the bet again. Oh, it's unfortunate. I can't run the bet twice, I'm afraid. Wow, Quantum missed the bet, and I even said get your phones and laptops out. You're all in on Floof. Well, most of chat was, to be fair. I can just remind everyone of what chat decided, so let me do that. So, yeah, 62% of chat went with Love and Floofin, which is about 5,000 channel points. Someone dropped 3,000 channel points on Kythius, making that about 38%. And then Decky F, even though someone bet 10 channel points on Decky F, it rounds down to 0 in the prediction. So, chat really does not believe in Decky F today. So we are seeing, I don't want to say Fish making a meal of this first map, but considering Deck is stuck in on the second one.
I think he's really got to block those factories, like pop something down on the factories so they can't make anything, and then he would have it.
Totally. Meanwhile, Floof on day 17 of his map. He's looking at his status, crunching the numbers. I mean, it's just, you know, something I can appreciate as someone who's not very good at these kinds of games is the speed at which they're playing. It's just incredible to watch. I feel like, I mean, obviously, this is a game that's very much dictated by numbers and, you know, stats and buffs and all kinds of other things. But I feel when you're playing at this speed, that there must be something instinctive about it. I mean, you're taking in all of that information, but at the same time, it's probably just a kind of a, well, I think I'll be alright if I do that kind of thing.
Yeah, you get a good feel for what units are good against what units. Like, you have to have a sense for every possible pair of units of what kind of strengths you have against them, or what kind of counter attack you're going to get back from them. Because the game shows you how much attack strength you're going to do to them, roughly. But it doesn't really tell you the counterattack damage, which is also very important. Like if you attack an anti-air gun with a helicopter, you're gonna have a bad time. So you get a sense. Eventually, after you play for many hours, you get a sense for these numbers.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Floof, especially because so many units on screen right now. Oh. Hythius using his superpower again.
That's the enemy.
Wait, no, that's the enemy. Yep. My bad. He's got
looks
he's
like
got
he
troops
should be able to
on the
capture it
building
now.
though, yeah. So
Oh, Take him a bit longer now.
Take him a bit, yeah. And his unit's being blocked by other things now. He's moving them so they can get around.
Yeah, the AI tends to be quite good at stalling at the last second. Like, it really draws out the last few turns.
Yeah, just digs in.
In PvP, we normally set a capture limit. So it's like if you've captured X number of buildings, you just automatically win. So no longer you don't have to play out the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. But as things currently stand, we have Deck in the lead.
Yeah, so Decky is against Ada. So Ada's a new one we haven't seen yet. Ada is also Floof's favorite CO. Ada is... In the campaign, Ada is from the enemy faction, Black Hole faction. And Ada's specialty is movement. So his both powers, just add movement to all of his units. Whilst some other COs also have movement powers, but they're usually just for specific types of units, like Max. Max will get them on his melee units, but Ada gets them on all units. So Ada is ranked as a kind of low rank CO, but you have to be careful when you play against Ada because, as you can see, his power bar is quite small, so he'll be popping those movements often, like every other turn and like towards the end game. So he'll often be able to catch up to you.
Yeah, so what we can see here at least that Deck is drawing most of his units down towards that battle on the bridge, which leaves him kind of open at the capital. But you can see there he's got 3 factories around his capital building, so he's really you've got to camp on those if you want him to not like constantly be creating things every turn.
We're seeing some medium tanks now on Decky's screen. So medium tanks are sort of like the stronger form of tanks. Once you get an income like high enough to support it, because they're like 15,000 apiece, you generally want to tech up as the term goes. So that can often mean making medium tanks or more helis, fighter pilots, or Neotanks.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you kind of it's very similar to a game that's going to be in season 7 of the Wheel, Plants vs Zombies, where you kind of you start off with a pea shooter and you kind of you try and put like different levels of equipment in your loadout for each level, and the hope is that as you build more sunflowers, I guess, and get more resource, which essentially is what the players are doing here, you kind of build your way up, and then you might even like dig out plants that you previously put in to put a stronger plant in. So
yeah,
it's the same kind of principle here, where you build your way up to those bigger units.
Yeah, and I think a mistake that a lot of people will play is will do is that once they've got a really high income, they just start making the best units like Neotanks, and that can work against the AI, I guess. But like in PvP, that wouldn't work. You need to always be throwing some infantry in there, some tanks, especially infantry. In general, you should be making infantry throughout the game, right to the end game. Infantry are just basically the human meat shield. Like you have an army, and then you have a line of infantry in front of it, protecting your tanks.
Yeah.
They're good blockers. They capture, so that's obviously a very important use. And they're cheap. So yeah, infantry, you just keep making. Against the AI, you don't have to, though. You can kind of exploit the AI, so that advice doesn't necessarily hold.
Yeah, I mean, I only played the first 3 maps the other day, but I was already starting to cotton onto the wonderful power of literally just printing people out and making them sit in place to block other things. It would just waste their turn because they had to kill them to get past them. There we have it. That's a win for Kythius on map 1. Was that an A rank or a B rank? It was a B.
214. Yeah, it was a B.
He's moving straight on to map number 2 as well. So currently, I mean, it sounds great to say it, doesn't it? Love and Floof in last place, but to be fair, he's invested a lot of time on this later level, so it's not really a reflection of things as they probably will stand from, beating this mission. But right now it sounds pretty good to say that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I haven't seen where the enemy HQ is on Floof's map.
Yeah.
Quite
presumably
far out,
there are two of them because they're two different
But, yeah.
colors.
Has he already knocked out one opponent?
I think so. I don't see any blue units anymore. I think it does look like he's trying to wipe out units as opposed to capture buildings. Yeah, got those other two kind of locked in there.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to get a unit kill, I guess.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
So that was a B rank. And that was... I'm hoping it'll tell me the level.
It was Risky Veil.
That's it. Yeah. So now all three of our players are joint first again.
Going for Sammy again.
Ooh, so what are these kind of wall-like pipe things? Do you know?
So, yeah, those are pipe pieces, and they are basically impassable. You can't do anything to them, you can't go past them, they're just immovable. But along them, there's like a seam.
Yes.
You can destroy the seam. It has 100, it has 99 HP, and it takes quite a beating, but you can destroy them to go through.
Ah.
And these missile-like platforms dotted around, these are missiles, and you put an infantry on them and use them, and you can launch a missile. I think the missile has a radius of 2, and it does a lot of damage to basically everything. Okay, he's going to do it now, so we'll get to see it in action.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
3 damage to every unit in its range, and it's got lots of them, so...
It clearly, yeah, it looks like it's the gimmick or the mechanic of this map especially.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the lady with the yellowy orange hair? Or do you mean Sammy? I mean, to be fair...
Sammy, I think.
Ah, Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy does walk around carrying a machine gun.
Kramit is saying that he believes the missiles can only take things to 1 HP. It can't wipe them out.
Yeah, it can only bring them down to 1 HP. Any kind of global damage or missile type damage thing, usually that's the limit. Technically 0.1 HP. So what's actually recorded in the game is the HP ranges up to like 100, 99.
Yeah.
But what we're just seeing is like the digit rounded up to the nearest 10. So 7. If it says 7, that means it actually has from 61 to 70 HP, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And for a lot of the time you don't care, but at high level play it does matter because the amount of damage you're doing, it could be the difference between killing a unit or not. So
yeah, that would also explain why sometimes I could do damage to a unit and the number wouldn't change, but clearly it must, behind the scenes, it maybe had taken it down 0.5 maybe.
Yeah. So the damage you do is fixed and non-deterministic. So whatever the damage is after applying all the bonuses and stuff, it will do that damage, but then you get an additional layer applied, which is luck. And it will roll the dice between, I think, 0 to 9, and it will add that extra damage.
Oh, okay, nice.
That also gets scaled according to your attacker's HP and the enemy's defense, but on empty land with a full unit, yeah, you could do up to 9 extra damage, which is pretty significant.
And of course, I believe there are there COs that have luck bonuses? Yeah, Flak for one.
Yeah, so Flak is kind of a bad luck guy. Sonya is a bad luck CO as well. So their ranges, instead of 0 to 9, it's like -5 to 9 or something like that. And I think Flak's is even worse. Which, yeah, sometimes you can reduce your damage instead of adding to it.
Yeah, it says here on Flak's CO superpower, luck ranges change from -39 to +79.
Yeah, you don't really... You don't want the possibility of getting those negatives. So
yeah.
Flak, I think, is actually the worst CO in the game.
I would imagine, especially in a race like this, you would favor consistency over, the ability to maybe have an absolutely god tier dice roll run and smash them in 2 turns, as opposed to being consistent and not having to lose fights just because you've had a really bad roll.
Yeah. Yeah, so Nell is the one with good luck, and she, like, a lot of people overestimate her strength. Like, so it is possible for one of her infantry to kill a Neotank just because of the luck damage.
Yeah.
And people use that example to suggest that she's really powerful. But if you look at how many times it actually happens, it's not enough to really make her amazing. But she is good.
Yeah.
She's a pretty high ranked CO, but she's not in the top league.
Yeah, it says here that her super CO power goes from 0 to 99% for luck.
Yeah, so you can basically just do all the damage if you get a lucky roll.
Yeah.
And that's unit independent, so it doesn't matter what type of unit you're attacking with.
Yeah, and I mean, like you say, very powerful, but at the end of the day, every time a 2 units clash here, you're seeing essentially a dice roll, to determine part of the damage. If you think about all those dice rolls adding up, the chances of them all being good like that are slim.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kythia's continuing here with the money guy, Colin.
Yeah. I believe Colin is actually the son of Drake, the boat guy.
Ah.
He was introduced in the second game. For some reason, he's much richer than his father.
Meanwhile, it looks like Deck is starting to make inroads towards the enemy's capital building here. He hasn't got a foot unit there yet, but he's trying to take out all of the rockets and units and stuff. It looks like Floof has kind of been allowing... I think Sturm is the guy on this one that fighting, right? Yeah, Sturm.
Oh, yeah.
Allowing Sturm to break through some of these pipe seams for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Sturm is the big boss of the first game. And possibly even the second game. I can't even remember who the big boss is. Yeah, Sturm is very, very powerful. His units can just ignore terrain, so they'll just move as if there was no forests or mountains. I think his tanks still aren't allowed to go on mountains, but his infantry will just walk through mountains as if they were plains. And his superpower, have we seen it happen yet?
I'm not sure if we've seen the super, we might have seen the initial power.
Yeah, I can't remember what the initial power is. I think the superpower is...
Yeah, it says here he has... Sturm focuses all his energy on his super CO power, which is so powerful he has no need of a normal CO power.
Oh yeah, he only has the superpower, that's right. So his superpower is to drop 3 meteorites on the map. Okay, I'll just at this score. Decky's just got 280 for the second map.
Nice.
Yeah, so he drops 3 meteorites on the map, and they follow a specific algorithm for where they land. One of the meteorites, I think, lands on the area where it would do the most damage to the opponent. One of the meteorites drops on the place where it would do the most damage to enemy infantry, I think. And then one of the meteorites drops on the place where it would do the most monetary damage to the enemy.
Oh, wow.
Something like that. And yeah, that basically is devastating. According to Kramit, Webster's dictionary defines an airport as a place from which aircraft operate that usually has paved runways and maintenance facilities and often serves as a terminal.
Yeah, I'm not 100% familiar, but I gather there is a meme around the idea of airports in this game, because I got a lot of comments in my chat when I was playing a level with airports.
Yeah, so in one of the early, I think maybe still in the tutorial phase in the first game, I think, so you play as Andy, and Nell is kind of reminding you of the rules of the game, of the rules of war, but you're supposed to be someone who kind of already knows this stuff anyway. But she's just kind of giving you a reminder of this stuff. And in one of the levels, you have an airport, and Andy says the line, "What's an airport again?" And it's just really funny. And I think to some extent it was also a slight mistranslation from Japanese, maybe. But yeah, it's become a meme.
That's a bit goofy. Yeah, it makes sense. I'd also like to thank Archlord Pie in the chat, who's just corrected us a little bit. He said, you'll just cross the streams with that superpower explanation. Sturm in Advanced Wars 2's only drops 1 meteor and it targets where it'll do the most financial damage. The 3 meteors thing is actually Rachel's superpower from Dual Strike and behaves mostly how you explained it, Hex.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mixed the two. So yeah, Sturm's is just the one.
Still sounds pretty devastating if it hits you in the wallet.
Hmm.
And he just used it actually on Floof's screen. Meanwhile, Fish is absolutely stacking this section of the map with units. So
I think Kaitis is running into a bit of a stalematey situation again.
Yeah. This is the problem with these choke points as well, is you know, you want to advance, but at the same point, as you push yourself past that point, you kind of overextend into the enemy territory where you're at much more risk of being attacked. But I think he probably wants to try and take out those rockets.
Yeah, so as Archlord Pie points out, the algorithm for calculating the damage also takes into account the enemy units which would get hit by it, and subtracts that amount of damage as well. So if you're mixed in with your enemy or close to them, it will push the meteor off to the side, or just choose. It might not choose the one which would be the most devastating to you.
Ah.
Like when you're playing PvP, you can kind of manipulate where the asteroids will land, so you position your units carefully. They've even got a helpful tool on the website which you can run to see where the meteor is actually going to land if it gets thrown, so you can sort of position your units accordingly.
Ah, that's cool. Well, if you're just joining us, friends, we're currently doing an Advanced Wars 2 War Room Rumble. We've got 3 players here today. They're tackling the missions in any order they deem fit. They have limited themselves to all CEOs, COs, not COs, except Hachi, Kanbei, and Sturm. We currently have Dekiev in the lead. He is 2 maps down on his 3rd. Meanwhile, Kythius and Love and Floofen are both 1 map apiece. Love and Floofen's map was a lot later in the game. For Kythius, it was the first map of the game. But interestingly, what's the differential in points on those B ranks?
Just realized there's a bug in the thing I'll have to fix. So between which matches?
Because Floof has got a B rank and Kythius has got a B rank. So I just wondered which one was the stronger B rank.
Yeah, Floof had 247, Kythius had 214.
Ah, so yeah, Love and Floofen in 2nd place at the moment. Floof is getting some of these more difficult later stage maps out of the way early though, which may prove to be a winning strategy later on. I think Fish is struggling a little bit here on the eastern front of this map. He's just not got the strength to counter all those factories.
Looks like, yeah, towards the south it looks like he has a good force. He's just going to bring it up now. It's something that can happen in Advanced Wars though, so if you make a push but you don't bring enough units to do it, that's basically called overextending, and you can actually get the enemy pushed right back on you really quickly because you've got nothing left to hold the line. So it can be risky pushing if you don't have enough resources to actually make it worthwhile. That's not really happening here, but that's just something that does sometimes happen.
Yeah. I think we'll give it 5 or so more minutes, and then we will we'll check in with everybody. If you're listening and you're in chat, feel free to draw up questions for our 3 racers. We like to ask them all kinds of things, so really, you get weird with it if you want to.
Decky's throwing some helicopters into the mix. That's nice to see. So helicopters are they can ignore terrain. They're flying over water and stuff, so that makes them very useful for movability. 6 movement, and they're pretty good counter against tanks because the tanks can't really do much to them. They have a very strong weakness though, and that's anti-air guns, which are designed to to keep them to attack air units.
Yeah. I've got that question down, Q, don't worry. I'll pass that on, Archlord Pie. Yeah, it's quite nice to have Kramit in chat because both Kramit and Hex, as I said before, were potentials for joining this race. So they're far more knowledgeable than I on these matters.
Yeah, there's a few COs that in Advanced Wars by Web get put into the banned tier. So that includes things like Sturm and Hatchie, Colin, Cambe. And also, COs that rely on luck are also tend to be banned as well. So Nell, even though on average she's not necessarily super good, I believe players don't really like the fact that she could really turn the tide by getting some really lucky shots. So
Yeah.
Nell usually gets banned as well. Black, I believe, falls into the same category, even though Black's kind of terrible, but he still has the luck power. I mean, the COs do exist on AWW, and you can use them, but they get put into tier 0, which basically means they won't often come up for tournaments, but every now and then, sometimes I do actually see them appear in tournaments. Just like 1 or 2 maps might have one of them.
Yeah, especially Nell, as you were describing her earlier, kind of seems like, and you'll forgive the analogy because I don't know a lot about this either, but feels like the equivalent of going to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and trying to win with Exodia. Here comes the Sturm power again. Bonk. Oh, right on top of a 9 square units.
Oh, and it does 8 damage, doesn't it? Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, it's the one I was describing, Rachel, who isn't in this game. She's in the 3rd game. She does 3 meteors, but they each do something like 3 damage, I think.
Yeah.
It's not quite as bad, but there's more of them, and they spread out depending on the 3 different algorithms.
Also, I think Kramit's hit the nail on the head there, in that Floof may have been keeping those soldiers together in such a formation so that it invited the meteor, meaning it doesn't hit elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do against Sturm.
Yeah, Archlord Pie, which is literally the boilerplate definition of don't get mad, get even. Meanwhile, Fish is still on this second map here.
Yeah, he should be able to finish it now. He's got to remember to get onto those factories.
Yeah, very important. Now's a good time to remind everybody, as the Acolyte of Struggle bot is mentioning in the chat, we've got other races coming up in this season. The season is still far from over. If you want to find out about those races, all you need to do is go to wheelofstruggle.com. There's a link there to the Discord. In the Discord, there are all kinds of events and things planned out that you can see very easily at a glance when the next races are and what time in your particular time zone. So please do check those out. We've still got 4 races left in Season 2. We've got Trials 2 coming up this week. That's the fun motorbike physics game. We've got Chained Together being played sort of in early March. We've got that Bad Run Club race where we're going to be playing a bunch of games randomized, spun on a wheel. It's going to be an absolute nightmare to technically coordinate. And then we're finishing with that blind race, which is going to be 4 players against 2 games they've never played before. It's going to be very exciting. I know, bot did good. Good bot. There's that snake bite again.
Hmm.
He's hanging on. Like you said, when they're close to defeat, they usually dig in their heels and really hold on for dear life.
Yeah. Anyone who does this in an advanced war spy web is usually like trolling because they're just, they've obviously lost, but they're refusing to surrender.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher's got this all but sewn up now. Okay, right, well, I'd say that makes it time to talk to our racers, see how they're feeling so far. Just trying to work out who to bug first. I think Floof is still in the process of winning his match, and his match is quite involved, so we'll probably push Floof to last. Kythius is just about to finish up. Oh, there it goes. There's Kythius' victory, so if you get that score down, I'm going to unmute and undeafen him. Kythius, well done, sir.
Hello.
Second map down.
Oh god, I wasn't ready to talk at all.
I'm so sorry.
How's things going?
Well, we were going to ask you that. It's a great race already so far from us, just as a viewer. How does it feel as a participant?
I mean, I've beaten more than one map, so I feel like I've done myself proud. At the very least, I can say that I turned up and I did something.
You have turned up and you have done something.
Yeah, that's it. I fully expect to lose. Like despite the various swings I had in the pre-talk about either coming away with total victory or suing for peace, because otherwise we're just entirely lost anyway. But 100% I'm set up to lose this race. So I've made my peace with that. It's fine. I'm really excited to see how Deck does, because he has put actual work into this.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll be
How do you
pleasantly
feel
surprised.
How do you feel about using Colin?
Yeah, it was one of the very few things that I remembered from like my brief stint into practice and looking into things. Was with Colin, you're a bit weaker, but you can start to really overwhelm with units, and you can use his power to just keep pumping things out. So that's kind of what I've gone for. Like light on tactics, heavy on let's just keep making shit.
Absolutely fair. We don't really have questions from chat. We've got a lovely new chatter here today called Archlord Pie, who seems to know an awful lot about this game, which is very helpful. And he just congratulates all of the racers today for agreeing not to terminate the race.
Yeah, fair enough. I think Floof led that proposition as someone who knows his way around the game. Yeah, I think it was probably wise to have our ban list. I think in normal like competitive circles they also have a ban list.
Yeah, they do. We've been discussing that.
Yeah, so it feels like it was wise.
Fantastic. Well, all that remains to be said is good luck. Carry on with the race. You're just over an hour away from your next toilet break. So, yeah,
Fantastic.
Good luck.
Thanks for dropping in. I'll look forward to chatting again in a little while.
Fantastic. Bye for now.
See you.
Okie dokie. Right, he is muted and deafened. Did you get that win from Floof down?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Because I thought I hastily wrote down the numbers that I thought it was. Was it like 234 or something?
244 on missile planes.
That was it. Perfect. Aces. All right. That then puts all of our racers back on a level pegging again with 2 maps beaten each. If it came down to point ranks, I think at the moment, Deck might well clutch it because he's got an S and an A, while the other two have B ranks, which is very interesting
he is in
because
the lead, yeah.
even though Love and Floofen has fought on harder maps, the scoring doesn't really allow for that. So it's going to be really interesting if this comes down to ties, because going for those late stage maps might prove to be a pain if he doesn't clutch out the easier, I presume easier maps at the start of the war room.
He's chosen to go for the first map now.
Oh, good. Yeah, so he's probably clutching that one out. Well, if he's playing that one, then I suggest we check in with him next, because I'm not going to say it's the easy no-brain option, but hopefully we can kind of talk to him and he won't be too taxed by us.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Love and Floofen. Are you there?
I am. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations on your 2 maps so far. How are you feeling about things?
Terribly. Both of those maps, Hex probably called it out, both of those maps went very wrong for me and needed to be recovered.
Well, we just wanted to ask you about your strategy of starting with harder maps to begin with.
So, Risky Duo is kind of a like fake out. Like, you look at it and you think on paper this is a really, really hard map. But it's actually not. It's quite a quick map. I mean, I said it went wrong for me. Sammy's first victory march, that's her superpower, is supposed to win her the game then. She takes, if you played it right, you take almost all of their properties in your first victory march, and they just run out of money and die. I messed up, so my first victory march was kind of crap, which meant I needed 2 more. But Risky Duo is actually quite a quick map.
Well, I see you're using your favorite CO now.
I am. I did. I said. I promised I would do a level with Ada. I'm not feeling brave enough to do a real level with Ada, so I'm doing Span Island with him.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, we've had a new chatter in today who knows the game quite well, Archlord Pie, and he doesn't have a question per se. He just wanted to congratulate all 3 racers for not sterminating the race.
Not sterminating the race. Has everyone done missile planes then? Is that a hint that everyone's done missile planes?
It's no hint whatsoever, my friend. Just, I think the fact that none of you are playing a Sturm, he's on the banned list.
Excellent. Yes. No. Yeah. I'm sure you've talked about it, but Hachi, Kande, Sturm, they kind of trivialize these maps. So taking them out means that players are hopefully deviating with the COs that they pick per map. And we're getting some interesting racing out of it, I hope.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about the competitive scene when it comes to this game, and especially Advanced Wars by web. Is
yes.
That's the term? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Apparently their ban list is longer than the one that you guys have gone with this race. Yes,
so there's a couple of COs that are S-tier COs that aren't banned in this race. Those are Colin, Sensei and Grit, and it's because they lend themselves very well to the multiplayer scene and the way the game is played multiplayer, but they're actually not that useful in the context of this race, that is beating war room missions as quickly as possible. They're not very good at that, and so it felt fair to leave them open for the context of this race.
Yeah, we were talking about favouring, especially in this kind of race, the consistency when it comes to, rather than having wild highs and incredible lows, it's better to be able to deal more damage efficiently and consistently.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, and that's sort of why you'll probably see, I can't speak for the others, but you'll probably see a lot of Max, just because a consistent 20% firepower boost to all your direct units. It's very good. When he superpowers, he becomes stronger than ever. It's also why you would pick Kande if Kande wasn't banned, because he just gets 30. You have to pay a little bit more for his units, but 30% to your attack and defense just means you don't really have to play the game.
Do you think we might see a late stage strategy of throwing the high luck, high risk COs against the wall in the last 20 minutes?
I plan to use Nell for one of the missions.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if anyone else does. I do have a mission where I think I'm going to use Nell. There's been a bit of strategy for me, so I've talked about this before to Decky. I've actually done this race before because this was once nominated as a game for Wheel of Struggle.
Yeah.
And when it didn't take part, I did the race anyway. And I did 11 levels, but I did them with Kanbei. So for me, a lot of this has been routing of, okay, I know I can do this level, but I did it with Kanbei. So who's a good alternative to just picking Kanbei and being super comfortable the whole time?
Super fair.
And I'm having fun with it. I actually don't think I'm winning right now. That doesn't mean I won't win, but I actually don't think I'm winning right now, just because both Missile Planes and Risky Duo went so badly for me. I think Decky's probably in the lead with his little document. I think he's knocked out the first 3 very fast.
So you think, but maybe that might come into effect later when they're dealing with longer missions and you've already got 2 under your belt.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that the speed of the first 3 missions, they'll have knocked those out, but now they're going to have to think about where to go next. Whereas I've kind of done that, and I get to chill out in Span Island with Ada.
Interesting. Well, we will let you get on with it. Good luck, and may your campaign continue effectively.
Thank you.
Okie dokie, he is muted and deafened. I take it, Hex, you got that win for Decky?
Yes, that was 274 on Duo Falls.
Perfect. All right, well, seeing as he's only just started the next map, we'll now check in with Deck.
Yep.
Decky F, Decky F. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations on just beating that 3rd mission. How are you feeling so far?
Still nervous as frick.
You're doing quite well though. You are knocking them down.
Well, I'm hoping so. I've done the first 3 missions that I felt confident in, and now I'm doing the quick caps. I thought I might be able to do with a bit of studying. However, this isn't going entirely to plan so far, but yeah, I feel like I'm okay.
Good, good. We have some questions from chat.
Cool.
First of all, we have a new chatter in today, Archlord Pie, who's very familiar with this game. It was one of their childhood favorites. They're very pleasantly surprised to see a race of it happening today. They just wanted to congratulate all 3 racers for agreeing to not terminate the race.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he's so OP.
Yeah, we've been discussing ban lists and what have you.
Ah, fair.
We also have a question from Quantum Player 1.
Of course.
He wants to know when your next stag do is.
Well, I don't know. In all honesty, it's not for a little while yet. Surprisingly. Yeah, I thought he was going to ask me if pizza was a pie because I always ask him the same question. But maybe he's just a little bit more original than I am.
Well, while you're here, he's not asked it, but I'm going to ask it on his behalf.
Oh, is pizza a pie?
Yeah.
No, not a chance. It's not got a lid.
Well, he agrees with you. He also says, do you have actually a stag do, though? Seriously.
I don't, no. I recently came back from the Peak District with my other half, which was really nice. She's on a hen do, coming back today. But yeah, no stag do for me. There are going to be stag do's this year. I think a couple of my friends are getting married. So it's likely.
You have a very busy calendar, but yes, I'm glad that you found the time to not only to head off somewhere lovely with your other half, but also to sit here for 5 hours and win the war.
Win some wars, not the war.
Well, we'll let you get back to it. It's just over an hour in, so it's an hour until your next toilet break. And yeah, good luck with the skirmishes in the meantime.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
There we go. So you've heard it from our racers here. Oh, by the way, we just saw another Love and Floof and victory there on the first level. I think points-wise, that might help him out a lot because he now has 3 levels, same as Deck does. Although Deck has probably better ranks still. Floof now working through the levels seemingly in sequence. He's done level 1, now he's on to level 2. Moji Island. Deck was leading, yes, Taya, and quite prescient, quite on the button there. Floof called that. He said he expected that Deck would be working his way through the first missions and therefore would have a lead upon him, and it was true. Up until quite recently.
Lips, you muted yourself, not me.
You muted and deafened yourself.
Oh.
I just went in to quickly unmute you, sorry.
Wait, so who can hear me?
Everyone.
Everyone, and I'm
myself
still
and
unmuted.
Declan.
I'm going to quickly mute myself and let you carry on. Sorry, guys.
I literally clicked the buttons. I don't know what happened there. Oh no, that's the first time that's happened.
Well, yeah, you hadn't. Well, we didn't hear anything you said, so if you said anything that gave anything away, he didn't hear it.
Oh,
I didn't hear it.
Thank Christ. Okay.
Yeah, you were both muted and deafened, so it was just silence. Yeah.
Right. Well, you know what? It's a fuck up, but on the grand scale of fuck ups, it could have been a worse one. So we'll take it. Welcome in Quexquick. Quazex. If they're not doing the maps in order, it might be handy to put everyone's X over 30 in the overlay somewhere. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no. We haven't really planned for that today, but we do have a spreadsheet that's being kept alongside the results here. So we definitely know who's in the lead and exactly what the scores are, but unfortunately, we can't reflect that on screen visually today. But we'll be giving regular updates. You heard everything. Oh, good. Yeah. So. Good. This is good. It could have been a lot worse.
So Floof has gone for Jess for this second map. That's an interesting choice. Jess's specialty is that, if I remember correctly, that she has stronger vehicles. And weaker everything else. She's, I believe... I can't remember the difference between 2 and 3, but I believe she's generally quite a weak CO. Can't remember whether she's stronger or weaker in number 2 though.
Yeah, this is definitely paying off, I think, for Floof here, because those Neotanks are storming across the map and flattening everything in their way.
Yeah, it's good for this long drive as well, because I think she can also replenish her fuel when she pops her power.
I tell you what I can do. If I... Bear with me, chat. Because I didn't even know how to mute myself properly a second ago. Now I'm attempting to add things midstream. But if I put some text on screen, I might be able to at least reflect beaten maps in terms of scoring. So currently we have Deck on 3 maps completed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a big 3 in the corner next to his thing. But hang on, I've got to get the right font first. There we go. Right. So we're going to drag that down. We're going to put that next to Deck's score.
Are you able to add a browser source?
I mean, I can add a browser source.
Because if you just added the spreadsheet and cropped it...
Right, spreadsheet. Let me go find that. It's in the channel for the race.
Yes.
Okie dokie. Ah, yeah, perfect. All right.
Yeah, the first page is just a small table.
Perfect. Right. 1 second. Right. It's going to look a bit weird for a second, folks. Just bear with, bear with.
Looks like Caiaphas is going to have difficulty again getting through these narrow corridors. It's only 3 width, so it can be quite tough to get a lot of good units through it.
There we go. Look at that.
Yeah, the Excel formula that I used to determine that space which says who the winner is it was ridiculous. I didn't write it myself. I used ChatGPT to help because it's just really complicated.
Yeah, I'm looking at the code for it now. a nest of brackets. Oh, it's beautiful though. Look at it. Wow. Tater, we are playing Advanced Wars 2. Not only does it say it in the stream info, it also is the listed game category on Twitch. And also, hey, guess what? Look. It says it right there, underneath this table. So he seemed to be averaging... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, it looks like Decky, like, he can probably sneak in right there and get that HQ with one of his infantry.
I mean, that's definitely what I would be looking to do. It's a nice little sneaky strategy. Here comes the overdrive ability for Jess.
Yeah, so that powers up her vehicles, also replenishes their fuel and ammo, which is not something you normally worry about until you end up running out of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's especially good against Drake, because Drake's the one that kind of cuts your fuel when he uses his power. Tsunami.
Yeah, we've also getting a tank on one of those factories there as well.
Yeah, there's basically 2 super themes in this game. One if you're the good guys, and one if you're the bad guys. But when it comes to the basic CO power, everyone has their own music. There's some really great songs in the mix.
Kaitius making slow but steady progress here across the map. He wants to avoid those anti-aircraft guns, definitely.
Hmm. The AI occasionally makes missiles, which is a unit like no one ever makes. It's expensive. It's basically a ranged unit that can attack airplanes and helicopters. But it has a minimum range as well, so it's easy for the planes to just get into its minimum range.
Yeah.
But for the amount you pay for it, it's not that good. Like, maybe in Fog of War, it could be a little bit good, because it actually has decent vision, and you can sort of pick off planes without them seeing you, but I think in general no one really makes them.
Yeah. Floof is...
He's got a bomber as well.
Yeah.
We haven't seen anyone use a bomber. The bomber is basically... Oh, he's got a fighter as well. So he's got all the aircraft. So the fighter is attacks other planes, any air units, and is very strong against them. And the bomber can attack any land units and is very strong against them. It drops bombs on them. They're both expensive units. They cost about 20,000 each. And I think generally the fighter is the one that you might see more often in PvP, at least. Bomber tends to not be worth the cost, or at least once you've dropped your bombs, you're kind of exposed and can get knocked down by an anti-air gun, so people don't generally make bombers that much in PvP.
There we go. Floof clocking in another victory.
Okay,
S rank.
282 on Moji Island.
Archlord Pie sharing there. They've built exactly one missiles unit in their entire playthrough of Reboot Camp, and you'll never guess what map it happened on. Well, I won't because I don't know the maps, but I'm guessing it's probably a very obvious choice.
I also don't really remember the maps. So yeah, no guess from me. Go on, tell us, Archlord. Oh, Comment points out there might be one where you have to make one.
Yeah, that might be it.
I don't think there would be anyone where you have to make one. AC Rivals. Oh, I don't remember Rivals, but I've heard it referred to a lot. I believe it's a very difficult map. Probably the most difficult one in the game.
Ah.
I think it might also be an optional map.
Is Kythius showing off his fat stacks there again with his power of money ability?
Oh. 366 damage. Oh, he used his super. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's got 70 grand.
Yeah. Yeah, at that point, you might as well, because it does cost a lot of time to actually make a lot of units. And if you think you've got a strong force, you might as well.
Just breaking through that deadlock there. Wow. Making sure to move his troops there to not be in the range of the rockets as well.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to kill all the units.
Yeah, that definitely turned the tide there. Not quite this turn, but definitely next turn, I think.
I should mention also how the scoring is even calculated, and maybe Archlord, Pi, or Kramik can correct me if I get any of this wrong. So there's three criterion that are measured. One is speed. Speed's an easy one. There's basically a like number of days to complete
Yeah.
the level in, and I believe it's probably linear, according to how much slower you were than par. So S rank will be basically if you beat par. So that's just basically dependent on how many days you take.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's technique. Technique's kind of a weird one. It's based on how many units you lost, but kind of as a ratio of how many units you ever had. So, Floof is quite familiar with this stuff, so you may see Floof make some extra units every now and then, just to bring the unit counts up. That will kind of offset the losses.
Yeah,
that it
makes
takes
it
in order
a
to get
smaller
better techniques.
percentage. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a weird measure, and it doesn't really reflect, like, you know, that if you... Well, it reflects, if you've got a good score, it means you probably haven't lost many units, so arguably it's a better measure than power. So power is the third one. Power is the amount of damage you did to the enemy on your best turn. It just picks one turn.
Oh.
The one turn where you did the most damage.
Yeah.
Now, that's very strange. Because... like, if you've done an even amount of damage over a number of turns, that is not as good as doing a lot of damage on one turn,
Yeah.
according to that score. And if you quickly capture with Sammy and don't even attack the enemy, you get an abysmal power score, which is unfortunate because it's nice to quickly capture, but if you really want a good score, you have to actually put up a bit of a fight and then do the quick capture.
Yeah. Kind of make a show of it just to, tweak the ranking. I guess power in that sense means the kind of shock and awe of just absolutely hammering them on one turn.
Yeah. So yeah, technique and power are not measures that really... Certainly for PvP, they would not be good indications of how well you're doing in PvP. Like, they're kind of weird.
Yeah. I think Kythius is going to do it this turn now. He's got more than enough troops to deal with the ones that are left.
Mm-hmm. Deki has his super ready, so I can see he's plotting. If he gets... Once he pops the super, he'll get 2 extra movement as well. That will help him get over those mountains.
Yeah. 265 for Kythius.
Hmm.
Do you want me to put that in for Kythius?
Yeah, I missed it entirely.
That's
Yeah, I
alright,
can
it's
do that,
265. There we go.
So Archlord Pie points out that speed, finish the map on or before the time limit for 100. Lose a few points per day past the time limit. Power equals kill 10% or more of the enemy's total unit count in 1 day for 100. Okay, I didn't know about the 10% bit.
Ah.
So it actually scales according to how much they have on that turn. Interesting. Tech equals lose 10% or less of your total unit count across the whole map for 100. Okay. So you can afford to lose 10%. And after that,
It starts to
if you
affect
know
it.
you've already lost that 10%, then you might want to spam some units just to make up for it.
Exactly. Yep, that's a good point. So points are only going to come into effect if we have a tie on battles beaten. So currently Floof is winning even besides his total score, simply because he has 4 completions. But if both of them had 4 completions, we would then look at the score to determine who was breaking that tie. It's a really nice thing, actually, the way that the scoring's been worked out for this race, because that way you reward someone for just knocking down maps as quickly as possible, but then when it comes down to a tie on knocking down maps, it then becomes about how well you knock down those maps. So it's a really nice kind of offset between skill and speed.
Yeah. And I think if it had come up on Wheel of Struggle, for example, it might have mattered more. Like if we were limited to just a select number of missions, then the score might come into play more. The one that was nominated for this season was Days of Ruin, which is actually kind of the outlier, the one that came after this original trilogy. It's an interesting game. It's basically set in a kind of a post-apocalyptic wasteland where there's just like roving bands of troops, and just lots of civilizations have just died. It's a very dark take on the game. It's not as colorful. Everything's gray and brownish. The music is like rock music, which is really good, actually. And people argue that it's kind of the black sheep of the series, but a lot of people actually really like the game and think it's actually the best in the series, and some people don't like it much.
As a great proponent and someone who goes to bat for a game called Silent Hill 4, that is very much the black sheep of its family, so I totally get it.
Personally, I think it's really good. I think the game's actually really well designed, and they actually improved on a lot of things people complained about in the original trilogy. The AI seems to be smarter. There's some mechanics. They sort of make Navy somewhat more worth using, and there's some interesting new units as well. Though I still rank this game that we're playing here as my favorite.
Cool. There's a bit of I think there's an advanced war all of its own happening in the chat about Days of Ruin. Yeah, Kramit, they're bringing up Bad Run Club. We've got a Bad Run Club race coming up, I think I mentioned before. It's going to be an utter shit show, so you definitely want to put that in your diary. Okay.
One of the interesting changes in Days of Ruin is that the CO is no longer kind of just someone overlooking the whole battlefield, but he's actually a unit you can spawn on the map in a unit. You can choose which unit you want to spawn him in. So if you want him to be in a tank, you create a tank with your CO in it at double the cost of a normal tank. And that's interesting because part of the strategy is deciding what unit to put them in. And their power is sort of like a local power that happens in a radius around them, rather than just being a globally applied power, with a couple of exceptions. But
I think we might have missed a Decky victory. He's day 4, day 5 changed on a map, and unfortunately I didn't catch it. When they're on the menu for the maps, is it possible for them to see what the rank score was?
We'll see the letter rank. We won't know the number. Kramit can pull it from the pod.
Oh, legend! Yes, please. If you can do that, we would really appreciate it. Oh, that's awesome. That's good to know. 214.
214. Right. That was for the 4th map.
Yeah, it brings oh, look at that. So it brings Deck and Floof back into a tiebreaker situation, with Deck 1 point ahead of Floof. Oh, but here comes another Floof victory.
The
279.
score could end up mattering if they go at roughly the same pace as each other. What was that again?
279
279.
on Duo Falls. I think, to be honest, Deck will probably be happy with the fact that he's had the lead a couple of times already in this race.
Yeah. Floof has gone for Lash. That's interesting. So Lash is kind of a terrain specialist. She likes to be on defensive terrain, like cities and forests, because she gets extra attack strength according to how defensive the terrain is that she's on. So from cities, she'll do a lot more damage. From forests and mountains, she'll do a lot more damage.
Oh, cool.
And her powers, forget which way around, but her powers involve increasing her attack strength while on terrain. And one of them lets her kind of march through terrain, like ignore it. Ignore movement penalties for terrain.
I'm so glad Kramit pointing that out, because I too said that the map was Italy as well when I was playing the other day, because it's blatantly Italy.
They do base these factions on real world countries. So the orange team, so Andy, Sammy, Max, Orange Star, they're based on USA essentially.
Yeah.
And the blue team, Blue Moon, which is Colin, Grit, Drake, Olaf, that's based on the Soviet Union. And then the green team, which is Eagle, can't even remember the others. I think they're based on Germany or mainland Europe. Oh, Floof is playing against, I don't know what they're called, I guess Recruit. So it's a CO with no powers.
Oh.
Yeah, as Carmet points out, the reboot camp faced a bit of an issue. They had to postpone it a bit, partly because it wasn't a good look to release a game which treats war as a fun, cheery game at this current time.
Yeah.
In addition to that, there were also issues within the company as well that supposedly there was some mismanagement as well. So it did come quite late, and I think as a result, that probably hit the sales a bit. Supposedly, they didn't sell nearly as many copies as they were hoping to.
Yeah. Welcome in, Handsome Strife. Yep, Deck's doing well. He's been in the lead a couple of times, but currently the lead sits with Floof. I think no one will be more surprised than Deck himself when he watches this VOD back. He needs to believe in himself more. The lad he's got skills. Deck lining up that missile to go in the ocean. Not sure that's quite how missiles work. Meanwhile, Fish is now playing as the, I believe the father of the character he was previously playing as, the boat dude.
I think he's facing Drake.
Oh, right, okay. That's, yeah, because I just looked at the icon, and the icon is the same as the one he's been using. My bad. Ah, father-son battle.
Yeah.
That's Mr. Boat Dude to you.
Yeah, this is the one that Decky was kind of at a stalemate for like 40 to 50 turns on. Drake is like the ultimate staller. Whenever he pops his powered tsunami, it damages all your units, it reduces their fuel, and it also makes it rain, which doesn't matter too much in this map. Rain reduces your movement. You got a nice big road there. Road ignores rain. But still, getting onto the road and getting off is still penalized a little bit. So yeah, rain is annoying as well. So yeah, he loves stalling. He's supposed to be a Navy specialist, although Navy is not really good in this game. Like, you don't really want to do it unless you're forced to. Like, there's just water and docks.
Yeah.
But Navy is generally quite expensive. Which is a shame, because Navy seems really cool. Like, there's some cool units you can make, but they're just usually not worth the cost. And if you have an airport, you'd usually just prefer to make planes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the war rooms do have some Navy maps in them, which is cool. Like, it's nice to have an excuse to use Navy.
I absolutely loved those Neotanks while I was playing. Oh, here we go.
I think I was mistaken. He's not playing against Recruit. He's playing against Grit. The picture looked a bit weird to me. I don't even know what Recruit looks like. But yeah, so Grit is the... Oh yeah, that's Grit.
Yeah.
It cuts off like the top and bottom of his head, so I couldn't really see his iconic hat.
Yeah.
But yeah, Grit is the ranged specialist. So his ranged units are very powerful, and they have higher range by 1, which on its own is very powerful to have. So he loves to just spam ranged units and just build a big wall and just slowly creep forward, or just hold the line. And that makes him, like, in PvP, that makes him one of the top COs. Like, he's basically broken. Once Grit gets a wall going, you know, it can't stop. He'll just build lots and lots of artillery, throw in some infantry and tanks as well, maybe just to cover all his bases, but that wall will just keep pushing and you can't do anything about it.
And here it is, the Super Snipe.
Yeah, so the Super Sniper, I believe, increases the range and attack.
Yep.
So yeah, you can just pick off tanks a mile away.
Making sure he's trying to stay out of those rocket range there, which is very large.
Yeah, so rockets are one of those things that don't actually get made much in PvP at all. Even as grits. Well, he might make a few, but generally, if you're making ranged units, usually you make artillery. They just tend to be like better for the amount you're paying for them. Rockets, they hit harder, they have a higher range, but 6,000 apiece for artillery, it's just better to take multiple artillery and create a wall of artillery, really.
Yeah. Right, we'll see how unlucky Deck is here with these lucky
He pulled
strikes.
his infantry in, so
There it is.
yep.
That's the score of 300. Wow.
Nice. That's highest anyone's got. 300 for the trident.
That will definitely pull Deck back into the lead. Deck is now taking on one of the maps that Floof began with. I think not the first one Floof did, but the second one.
Oh yeah, the missile heavy one, yeah.
Floof there sending a tank down to get rid of the men trying to capture that city.
So Kythius has to really hope that Drake doesn't make a battleship. That's what happened to Deki, and it's kind of hard to dislodge his battleship once he makes one.
Yeah. Deck, of course, now employing that strategy of shooting the missiles to bring all of the Neotanks' health down as much as possible. Just adjusting the range there to make sure he's getting as many as possible. It's, I mean, I don't think Floof is out yet, but it's looking quite blue heavy on his map right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Grit has a wall of death approaching down there.
Yeah, and I think Floof has been on this map for a fair while now, so if it were to lose now, it would really be a time setback.
Yeah, both Floof and Kythius against like master stallers right now.
Yeah.
We've got rain happening again on Kythius' screen.
Yeah, definitely looking at the units, it looks like Kythius should be okay here, but yeah, the added complication of the rain, especially because most of the units down in this corner of the map are off the road.
So you can see once they're chipped, like that 8 health Neotank, it wasn't even doing that much damage to that tank parked on the HQ. Once they're chipped, their damage falls off a bit, and plus their power also gives them, I think, a base 10% attack and defense, or it might just be attack. I can't remember. I think it was different for 1 and 2.
Kramit saying that it looks like Floof was pushing for a HQ capture, and then unfortunately the infantry died.
Okay, I've been corrected. So 8 in Advanced Wars 2 powers give you 10% defense. So no matter what else they do, they'll also give you a base 10% defense for all your units.
Yeah.
Which for COs like Adder, for instance, who's popping his power like every other turn, he's getting that 10% defense every other turn. So that's pretty good.
And the rains are over.
In the reboot, they renamed Tsunami to Squall. SQUALL. Some people had thought it was because Tsunami was deemed to be offensive or something, but I think it's believed that it's just a squall is just a better representation of what is actually happening.
Yeah.
I didn't know what squall was, but apparently it's a heavy period of rain, so it's probably just a better fitting word.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yes. But they also changed the team Yellow Comet, which is the based on Asia, to Gold Comet. I'm guessing that was because it was deemed offensive.
I can see the argument for that a lot clearer.
Also, in the Chinese version of the original Advance Wars games, for some reason they changed Kanbei's mustache. They removed his mustache specifically for the Chinese version. So there's basically a meme, Chinese Kanbei, because he has a different image without the mustache, and he's wearing a different outfit as well, I think. It's just quite an odd, specific thing to change.
Yeah. Fish continuing to push here, just a little bit further.
Yeah, Deki on this map made it to something like 40 to 50 before he just gave up, although he was very close at one point. It's looking better for Kythius, I think. And I don't think there's any risk of the enemy popping a battleship. They don't have enough money.
Yeah. Floof digging in here, though.
Yeah, Lash versus Grit is a bit of a difficult mix-up because Lash really likes her position, and Grit really likes, ruining the enemy's position.
Yeah.
So it's just tough for Lash.
Yeah, Fish getting on those factories. Good idea, mate. Good idea. Here come the rains again.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that was his other power.
Yeah. Well, he's going for power of money, so he might be trying to close the deal.
I think, yeah, and he's got at least 60 grand in the bank right now. Oh, 80 grand, yeah, so this might well prove to be just the thing he needs to break through this deadlock at the bottom here.
Yeah, I guess Colin is a good stall breaker, because if all else fails, at least your money is just kind of growing and growing, and then you can just do this. Should be able to just kill all units, except the lander is not easy to attack with tanks, but he's blocked every factory, so it's just a question of capping. Oh, he didn't block every factory actually, so... He had the chance to block all the factories there, he didn't quite do it. So now he's just kind of getting stalled again with more infantry to fight. Floof is getting sniped again.
Yep.
Okay, Grit doesn't have too much in terms of artillery, so it's not too bad.
Yeah. We're not seeing that wall that we were seeing earlier. Welcome in, Kylorian R. So who are we shipping today? Well, we've seen quite a few ships on Kythius' screen. But I don't think that's what you mean, friend, is it? Come on now, Fish. You're almost done. Fortunately, she's not going to be able to get at that boat until the next turn. I would imagine at this point you definitely want to cover the factories.
Yeah, this is making a slight mistake here. He's usually leaving a couple of them exposed. Okay, this time he only left one.
The funniest thing about that WoS is that you think that I actually was deliberately doing something that I don't know anything. But yep, I'm glad that you attribute anything that could be just like stupidity to actual malice. I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, I do not want to sound like a dickhead, but I do feel like Fish is making a bit of a meal of this last little bit here.
Yeah, he is. There've been a few mistakes, especially in just locking off the factories, which he could have managed to do earlier. It looks like he's finally got it. In fact, all three players, I think they're pretty much closing in on the HQ. And he won't really be able to destroy that lander unless he's bringing the battleship in. He doesn't have any infantry nearby, so I don't know what's quicker. I would think just bringing the infantry in is quicker.
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem with it being sat on that dock, is that you can only attack it from two sides, basically.
Hmm.
But he's bringing a submarine round for the third side, just in case. Yeah, getting that full or larger Neotank in. And there it is.
There we go. Speed score was surprisingly not bad.
Yeah. 252.
I guess it was expected to take long on that mission, even if you play well. Even if you played faster than Kythis did, because it's up against Drake.
Yeah, one of these known kind of time wasters that eke things out and make them longer than they need to be. Kramit there describing the alpha and the omega of Kyle Orion, or one half of him takes it as malice, one half takes it as bans. There are two wolves inside you, Kyle and Ian. Oh, and there's a victory for Floof. 138. Yep. Not a great, it's a crank.
138. Yeah, the speed score was quite low. 138 for Ridge Island.
But a win is a win. Where is he going? He's not happy about that. Onto the Trident, which we've seen with... Did Deck try the Trident today?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gone with the Eagle. So Eagle is the air specialist. So he has stronger air units. They have more. They consume less fuel, and his naval units are weaker. Nobody really cares about that. And I would say he has the most powerful superpower in the entire game. And that is that he can basically take a second turn when he uses it. All of his non-infantry units get refreshed, so he can use them again. Including units he's just made out of a barracks, so he can make a unit and move it.
Oh, nice.
And he can attack and attack again with units. and he can, attack a plane with a anti-air gun. Well, no, the other way around. He can use a plane to attack something near a air gun and pull it back so it doesn't get attacked. Basically, yeah, all the benefits of having 2 turns in a row.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And like when you play PvP, that's basically what Eagle is trying to do. He's trying to stall the game as much as possible until he pops his superpower, and once he pops the superpower, suddenly there's a massive turn. And his CO power is, I think, probably one of the worst powers in the game. I think it just adds basically another 10% attack to his air units. So no one ever uses that.
Yeah. We are seeing some Floof support in chat. Floof is currently in the lead. But still all to play for here. We are coming up on our 2-hour bathroom break. So shortly I will be unmuting all 3 racers. Well, first I'll undeafen them, and I will ask them all to stop exactly where they are. And then we will we'll go for our little bathroom break.
So Floof is up against Nell, the Lux here. Nell is your instructor in the campaign, and her theme music plays during the tutorial levels. I never realized for a long time that that's actually her theme, because you don't actually play as her in the campaign. So it's her theme that's playing during the tutorial.
Ah, neat. Alright, I'm going to undeafen our racers. Hello racers, all 3 of you can hear me, but you can't be heard just yet. If you could please pause exactly where you are. If the enemy is in the middle of their turn can play out, and then once it is finished and you are returned to control, you can immediately stop what you're doing, please. I will now unmute you as well, so 1 second here. Now that you're all paused, I'll pause the timer. Okay.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. You are now all 3 paused. We will go for our bathroom break, so meet you back here in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep, I need one too, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too.
Oh. How you feeling, Deck?
As soon as it's finished,
Uh,
that's when we immediately leave.
yeah.
Okay, I am back, viewers.
I'm back as well.
Welcome back,
Excellent.
lads.
Thank you.
Also back.
Good, good, good. So we're just waiting on a fish.
Yeah, indeed.
The race has been fantastic so far, and
Has it?
might I add, a couple of times we've actually sounded like we know what we're talking about.
Well done. Well done.
What a change!
I can't wait to see how much the two of you made fun of me for that last level I just did.
Well, we can't possibly talk about that, but
I could talk about that. I know what happened. Oh, awful. Awful.
it's the one thing I can say is that the lead has changed hands many times.
Has it?
Mm,
Really?
it really has.
Holy shit.
So excited for you two.
Welcome
Fish has
back,
been playing
Fish.
4D chess his whole life.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm supposed to be playing Advance Wars, but I'm sitting here doing chess.
Yeah, I'll do it, yeah.
Well, I think that's every.
I just got charged 110 quid for it. Sorry.
No, you're good. Right, so that's it. Everyone's back. Is everyone ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, then I will count us down. You may begin again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Good luck, gentlemen. We will check in with you
Good luck, guys.
in due course.
Good luck, guys.
Fuck you both.
And we're back to it, folks. I apologise in advance, by the way. I might have asked my wife to bring me a packet of Maltesers. I'll try not to crunch directly into the microphone.
So Decky's holding on to that superpower, it seems. He wants to try and grab that HQ.
And the map Fish is currently on is very interesting as well, because it's made up a lot of bridges.
Yeah.
But well, while we've got the opportunity, I'd just like to say a very big thank you, Hex, for being here, for being the expert, and for this wonderful spreadsheet that you've constructed, because it really makes it super easy to be on top of who's in the lead.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm now thinking about spreadsheet utilization for Season 3 with other races. And if it's giving you ideas in the chat, please do feel free to share them in the Discord. We're already thinking about things, possible dream scenarios for Season 3. If there's something that you can think of that you think is raceable, we'd love to hear about it. We'd like to put on stuff that's especially weird or niche, or, you know, you don't usually see run a lot, because, you know, it's nice to do something different. It's nice to blaze a trail and do our own thing. We've already had talk of some Wikipedia races for Season 3, which would be really cool. Those are races where you only click on blue links inside Wikipedia articles, so no searching, obviously. You start on one page and you have to navigate to a different topic through use of only the blue links, which is really, really fun. It's incredible to watch as well. I don't know if anyone in chat's seen one of those races, but they get a bit crazy. So if you can think of it, and you can think of a way it's presentable visually, we'll sure as hell give it a try.
Looks like Floof is setting something very interesting up here. So you can see he's got 4 transports ready, each carrying something. Like
Yeah, there's definitely a... Yeah.
He's
Perhaps...
just broken through the pipe, so it's about to happen.
Yeah. Just using the missiles to soften everybody up first. Well, no time like the present, Kramit, because contractually, I should say, 1/6 or 1/7 of the council is here right now to hear you. But let's face it, I am the council. So, shoot, or send me a DM if it's something you want to keep secret for the moment. But yeah, we are looking forward to Season 7. Season 7 is on the horizon, much like a rival army that needs to be crushed by you in particular. No worries, Kramit. Yep, feel free to shoot me that DM whenever you're ready. The council. Is that better? But yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the Wheel of Struggle, that's the group that we are. We have seasons where games are pre-selected and they're spun on a wheel, the Wheel of Struggle. And each week we play a new game, and everyone does their 5 hours in it. We have a scoring system, and then those scores are tallied up, and people get points, and you can win a season. It's great fun, and we would love to have new people, so feel free to go to wheelofstruggle.com, and you'll find a link to the Discord there. Season 7 is coming at some point soon. I don't think we're revealing the date just yet, but it is soon. We also recently revealed a cipher, a coded list of the games that are in this season, and well, our community did an absolutely fantastic job of breaking that code.
Just had to know.
Here we go with Floof, moving everything up. Here comes that Lady Luck.
Yeah, so although the nominated Advance Wars game didn't make it onto the list, there are a couple of games which are weakly similar, I guess. Plants vs. Zombies, a bit strategic, and has a similar concept of paying for units with Sun.
Yeah.
There was another one which I thought was a fighting game, but it's actually kind of like an embedded strategy game. Which was that? That was Soul Calibur.
Yeah. So
I don't know anything about that, but that sounds interesting.
yeah, at its core, Soul Calibur is a oh, we've got a victory for Floof. That is a 300.
Wow.
That strategy with the helicopters really paid off. Yes, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Soul Calibur has got really interesting single-player story modes. Even the first one has got like this kind of map that you can go to missions on, and I believe 3 is the apex, or the the height of the series, tackling something like that. Yeah, as Kramit says, it's kind of like that, but the combat is resolved with a 3D fighter. Floof now definitely already in the lead, pulling a little bit further ahead.
He's gone for Colin now. Oh, he's against Sensei. So Sensei, we haven't seen Sensei yet. Sensei is the elderly gentleman. They like to point out his age a lot. All the jokes are about his age. I think he's supposed to be like over 100 years old or something, and he is a kind of like infantry and helicopter specialist, but he has some crazy powers. His mini power basically spawns a 9 HP infantry on every base that he has. And I think it might also increase his heli attack strength. And his superpower puts a 9 HP mech on every base that he has.
Wow.
And the thing about using Sensei, especially if you're playing a PvP game which doesn't have a cap on the number of units, is that eventually the number of units he has grows so much that it's physically impossible for the opponent to even attack that many. Even if the opponent was killing every unit it attacks, there's just more units appearing on the map than it can even attack. So it basically just overwhelms them with units and wins.
Yeah.
Normally there's a unit cap on Advanced Wars by Web by about 60 to 75. So that, I think it's a bit of a cap, but Sensei's still very strong and he's considered S tier. He also has some really great music.
Fish making his way across these bridges here. Archlord Pie saying they don't know about Advanced Wars by Web, but all the mainline games cap units at 50 per army.
Oh, right, okay. So that's even stronger cap, yeah. I think in Advanced Wars by Web, most tournaments I've seen, usually they cap at 75.
Oh, so I see on Floof's map here, there's that walled-off piped area with the missiles.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it'll boil down to whether it's worth breaking in there to use those or not.
Yeah, and it probably is.
Well, there we go. We shouldn't forget as well that Deck is slowly making his way up this map.
Yeah. Oh man, the AI does its turn so quickly. I really wanted to hear more of Sensei's music. Chaz. That was one of the things that was memed about a lot when the reboot camp launched, because Sensei's remastered music is amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna open this in a separate tab and listen to it later, because well, I love video game music and I like quite a lot of the tracks in this game already, so that's quite high praise.
Yeah, as Archulus says, all the reboot camp music slaps. Yeah, it's all really good. They did a great job with the music.
Oh, it's super jazzy.
Yeah.
I just listened to a snatch of it there. It's really nice.
Yeah, and thank God they made the music good, because the campaign is not a small campaign. Like, you can be on it for like 30, 40 hours to get through it.
Yeah. I think it's the mark of a good video game soundtrack when you can listen to essentially what is the same music for 10, 20, 30 minutes at a time, and it doesn't grate.
Yeah.
For me personally, the Danganronpa series is a great example of that. Fish working his way towards this last strong island holdout of the enemy.
Sensei's doing an airborne assault. So he just pops down a bunch of mechs, increases his total net value, and you can, because they're 9 HP, you can actually join them together. There's a little mechanic that lets you join units together, and the excess that goes above 10 will get refunded to you as money. So you can make a bit of money just by joining some of these mechs together if you don't want to use them.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, we have seen Floof doing that joining mechanic before in previous maps today. I didn't realize that you got the leftover as money.
Yeah, I played for quite a long time before I realized that was even a thing. I don't think the campaign even really explains it to you, or if they do, it's in passing. But joining is quite useful. Although when I play PvP, normally I don't join that much. I like a lot of little crappy units to use as kind of bait, or to just kind of like form a wall in front of my units. So I like keeping my 1 and 2 HP units around. Sometimes you'll join for specific purposes. And that's another thing that the game actually promotes a bad habit for. So the technique score that I mentioned, it penalizes you for losing units. When you play PvP, you don't care about losing units, or at least you don't care about losing units as long as you're kind of overall, making monetary gains.
Yeah.
But the game kind of penalizes you for losing even 1 HP units, and encourages you to pull them back and heal them. Whereas in PvP, you prefer to use them suicidally, like just plop them in front of your troops. If it's a fog of war map, use them to scout. Sometimes you can use them to attack, and that wastes ammo.
Yeah.
So if the enemy has a mega tank, which only has 3 ammo, you can actually just throw a bunch of units at it, cheap units, let them get destroyed, and then suddenly the mega tank has no ammo, and it's just useless.
War of attrition at that point then, which is kind of like real life war.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always a bit awkward how cheery this game is considering the topic, and we have literal kids running armies here.
Yeah. Also, welcome in Escape Route British. Is Sun Tzu considered mandatory reading for this or not? I believe all 3 players insisted on reading it cover to cover before we started today.
It can only help, yeah.
The problem Fish seems to have here is he needs to get in there to stop those factories, but it's just a wall of things in front of him.
Yeah, Colin does not like bridges because he can only have 1 unit at the front, and he's Colin, so his units are weak.
We do have a bomber coming over. There's quite a lot of anti-aircraft guns there as well, though, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, there's only 1.
Yeah, because of how narrow the roads are, he's got to basically pump more aircraft into it, probably. And you needn't worry too much about anti-aircraft. Like, so an anti-aircraft costs 8,000 to make, and a helicopter costs 9,000 to make. So they're roughly equal. So as long as you're sort of, even if the anti-aircraft is always getting your helicopter, as long as you let your helicopter do damage, and then lose it, and then your backup tanks kill the AA gun that killed it, you're kind of breaking even most of the time. So you shouldn't be too afraid of anti-aircraft guns. Some people are a bit too afraid of them and will just keep their helicopters back constantly, but then your helicopter's not doing anything. So
That's a victory for Deck. That's a 240.
240 missile planes.
Where are we going now, Deck? Land's End. Legally distinct Italy. I want a victory for Floof. With a 299.
299. Nest egg.
Some real thought here from Floof about who he's going to pick. Ultimately going with Max.
This is a nice, like, beginner-friendly CO. Like how I said earlier, that Andy is often people think he's beginner-friendly, but he's not. He's actually very hard to play. Max is probably one that is actually easy to play because you've got fewer things to worry about. He doesn't make artillery. He doesn't bother with them. He just likes brute force strength, and his tanks are good. And tanks are kind of everything in this game. You spend a lot of time making just the basic tanks, small tanks. You make a lot of small tanks. Even in the end game, you still make them.
A lot of resources to be captured on this map that Floof's on, including missiles and cities, factories along the way.
It's up against Jess, Max versus Jess. They have similar attributes. And Deki is up against Lash.
Fish here slowly turning the tide on this final island. He's got his bomber over there. He's got his Neotank. He's maneuvering some boats around as well.
There's one CO that has been added, I believe, in the reboot camp, which I don't think you can actually play as in this game at all. And that is Clone Andy. In the campaign, a clone is made of Andy.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of the enemy's CO. And he's basically the same as Andy, except he doesn't have his superpower, I think. He's sort of Andy with just his basic power. And he has his own theme tune and everything. I think they're proposing to add it to Advanced Wars by Web as well. People are saying, well, now that it's in the reboot, he's kind of an established CO, and so it makes sense to actually add him. Can't remember what his theme song is like. It's a bit similar to Andy's tune, but it's made a bit more kind of like weird and evil. Like
Oh, by the way, chat, we'll probably be checking in with our racers in about 5-10 minutes, sort of as we pass the halfway mark of the race. Please don't forget to get your questions for them into chat. I will take them down and make sure I ask them. You can get real weird with it if you want to. Ask them all kinds of mad shit. I mean, this is your one chance. They're beholden to you. They have to answer. Or we just won't leave. We won't leave them alone. So... And there we go. I'll get that one down. No worries, Archlord Pie. Thank you. It's been lovely to meet you. Feel free to check out the rest of the VOD later on Twitch if you so feel you want to. And this VOD will also be available on YouTube in the coming days as well, on the Wheel of Struggle YouTube channel. It's been lovely to meet you. Hopefully, don't be a stranger. We'll meet you again down the road. Maybe even consider joining for Season 7. Ask Fish if he knows Wanda. That's a quality joke. We're going to put that one in. It's looking pretty good for Fish now. Just a couple more units.
Yeah. Still sticking to Colin. He doesn't seem to want to budge. I mean, Colin's fine. Maybe there's a couple of maps he's not great on, but he's good in general.
We need questions, chat. Come on. I know you can do this. Questions we can ask all three as well. That way you'll be able to hear the various different answers. That's a great question from ERB there. I'm literally going to read that at them. I could ask a question, but I can't be asked. Every time, by the way, on Floof's screen, it shows that the lady with the she's holding some kind of like a missile or
Giant
rocket.
pencil, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a
Well,
giant
yeah,
pencil.
Some sort of tank ammunition, yeah.
Yeah, all I see is giant pencil. Quantum's right, that does count as practice for Fallout.
He didn't actually get the pencil from her
It's true.
and put it in his Megaton cupboard.
I'll let chat have a tantalizing tidbit. So the Fallout 3 pencils nomination was mine, and I'll be providing a save file for everyone to use. And I've got all kinds of surprises planned. I don't know if any of you remember the TV show Supermarket Sweep, but on Supermarket Sweep, Dale Winton would say, if you get everything on my specials board, I will give you extra points. Well, extra pencils will be up for grabs depending on things I've asked you to go out and find me in the world. So look forward to that. It's going to be really fun. It's a scavenger hunt, basically, but with guns and mutants. How does it work with DLC owners? So I've been doing it on the Game of the Year edition, which has all of the DLC. I think the save should work even if you don't have that, but I mean, ideally, I'd hope everyone would be running that. I mean, everyone has got Fallout 3 at this point, I would hope, but those who don't, maybe I could help you find a very legitimate way to have a legitimate copy that will run Game of the Year.
So they're allowed to actually use the DLC content.
Oh no! So basically, those quests will be there, but you will have to ignore them completely for your playthrough. We're only dealing with the capital wasteland.
Yeah, as I understand, that's pretty easy to do, right? It's just because they're all off-map locations.
Yeah. Not necessarily cram it. Basically, I'll be giving everyone a save file that already has the Megaton house unlocked. And you will have some starting equipment and a loadout based on how I want you to approach the thing. But honestly, you can do what you want once you've started that save file. If you want to put points in other places, you can do that. I'm basically giving you a build. But it is literally the very first thing that I did was get out of the vault, go to Megaton, disarm the bomb, get the house, and save. And that's literally it. So the rest of the world is open to you. You can go wherever you want to find pencils, but there will be some places that I will kind of point you towards. Because not only are there pencils available in Fallout 3, but also I might be putting pencils in places.
Oh.
I can spawn literally anything into the map and hide it. So you really just want to be looking everywhere that you can, but I'll be pointing you in certain directions as well. I'll be like, maybe you want to check these places. And then if you've got time, you can go elsewhere afterwards as well. Now, I don't mean any shade towards Kythius at all, but every time I look at his screen, he's on this same fucking island. I think I'm almost as sick of looking at it as he probably is. But here it is. Here's the victory.
There we go.
That is
it. 237.
Yeah, 237.
237 for Pivot Isle.
I bet he is glad to have that in the rearview mirror. Yeah, Only Up was a runaway success that I don't think anyone was expecting, including the makers of Only Up. So yeah, it spawned lots of imitators. But yes, Only Up is one of the games on the list that I've got a fair bit of experience in. But I'm not competing this season, so I'm just going to watch everyone else suffer through Only Up. It'd be fantastic. Yes, Escape Route British, you turned me on to that game, Driving is Hard. Is that out now? I think it was almost out when you told me about it. I definitely recommended that to Tater, because this is Tater's favourite genre of game at the moment, so anything like that, I send his way. We're going to check in with our racers in just a few minutes here. This is your last call for any questions. Please, really, come on. Just give me something to say to them. Something that makes them confused, scared, upset. We need to really rattle these guys. So far, they've had it easy with all these war skirmishes. Let's inflict a battle of emotions on them. Ah, that's a good question. Who is your favorite waifu / husbando in Advance Wars?
Yeah.
What do they think of Tater? Yeah, we can get an honest and on-the-record discussion about how they feel about Tater. 1 second. There's a victory for Floof. A 291.
Yep. 291. Long road.
Okay, thank you, chat. You've actually given me some questions now. Right, I'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to mute my microphone really quick, and then when I'm back, we will unmute them and start talking to them.
Okay.
No, farting would probably be more socially acceptable. I dropped my Maltesers on the floor. But don't worry, they're all okay. I blew on them. They're fine.
Did any of them break?
Unfortunately, one of them has broken, yes. The chocolate came off a little bit, but you know what? That's fine.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll struggle on.
Did you pick up the bit of chocolate as well?
Yes, that is that's set to one side. I don't trust that. Okay, right. Well, who should we check in with first? Last time we did it dependent on what they're dealing with. Kythius has just started a map, so has Floof. I guess we'll go to Floof first because we did. I think we went to Floof last time. No, we did Floof first. Let's go to Fish. We'll go to Fish.
Okay.
Kythius.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, sir?
Fine. Yeah, not too bad.
I bet you are glad to see the back of that tiny little island in the bottom right.
Yeah, finishing off levels is not for me. I feel like even if everything else was going swimmingly, my ability to just not finish the fucking level would be a major factor. But luckily, I don't think I'm good enough for that to even be on the radar. So I'm having a good time. I'm chilling. I'm not enjoying this bloody armada at the top that's on its way to me. But apart from that, it's all going well.
Good. Glad. We've had some questions from chat, and I know
amazing.
you'll love fielding these, so let's just bash our way through them. We have from Kramit. He asks, Fish, do you know Wanda?
Yes, I do. I do know Wonder. That's a great film. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but yeah, classic. John Cleese before he started saying insane things in the media.
I was going to say that it's a bit racist to presume that all fishes know each other, but in this case, it pays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We also have from ERB. He asks all of our racers, who is your favorite waifu/husbando in Advance Wars, and why is it Sammy?
I was going to say, if I was forced to pick one, Sammy probably. But so many of them are canonically children. I'd rather not.
That's absolutely fair. Z earlier on was expressing great love and appreciation for Sammy as well. So I think it's the popular choice.
Yeah.
We also have from ERB, I could ask a question, but I can't be asked,
I do know. I 100%. That's possibly the most relatable thing I've heard all week.
Finally, we have from QP1, and he's very much wanting you to be on the record here, in totality, in finality, 100% no takebacks. What do you think of Tater?
I don't think that I'm legally allowed to disclose what I think of Tater until the court case is finished. So, I'm gonna have to skip that one.
Well, you really put him on the spot there, Corner Player One. He's just not going to answer for legal reasons. That's absolutely fair. Well, all that's really left to say is continue doing what you're doing. You have continually put yourself in last place every time we've asked you. You may be pleasantly surprised by watching this race back.
I don't imagine that's the case. I appreciate you saying that.
The race is still being run, my friend. It's not over until we're all, decimated in an attack from our opponents. So just keep going.
Can you reveal what the field's looking like at the moment? Like, is there a clear winner now, or is it still changing hands?
How much can we tell you? There is a clear victor at the moment.
Okay.
That could change. It could change.
I appreciate your candor.
I will say the battle between second and third is a lot closer.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So there is that. Do with that what you will, and really redouble your efforts. I think you could honestly surprise yourself here.
I don't think so, but I'll live in that world. If you tell me to, Garlics, I'll pretend to have faith in myself for the next.
Well, remember, chat believed in you 38%. So
that's true. Yeah, and only I believed in Deck.
All right. Well, take care, and we'll catch up with you in a bit. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Out of Deck and Floof, who do we want to talk to next? I mean, it looks like Deck's made quite a ways into this Italy map. He's got quite a lot of orange in the top left.
They both seem around the same stage.
Okay. We'll go with Deck first then. Deckers.
Oh, God, every time. Get the Christ out of me. Hi.
Hello. How is it going, friend?
I did all the 6 missions I planned out from the start without failure. So I'm quite happy about that. I'm now in unfamiliar territory. So I'm going to slow down quite a significant amount, I reckon, because I'll be analysing the terrain and bits and bobs. So
that's fair.
I don't know.
Unfamiliar territory. Have you never seen Italy on a world map before?
Yeah. I've been there, and I'm going there in a couple of months. So yeah.
Of course you are.
So I'll know where to avoid.
Fantastic. So we have some questions from chat for you.
Sure.
First of all, from Quantum Player 1, he asks you specifically, what the fuck are you doing here?
What are you doing here? I think is what he's after. I don't know. I'm trying, I guess.
That's fair. I mean, that's all we can do, is try.
Indeed.
We have a question here from ERB. He asks all of our racers today, who is your favorite waifu/husbando in Advance Wars? And why is it Sammy?
Sorry, I was expecting something to come up. I don't know. To be fair, I've never really looked at any of the COs as waifus or husbandos, to be fair. However, as you've probably seen, I've basically just played as Max and Sammy anyway, so I did plan to use other COs, but yeah, I've decided against it.
So what you're saying is you're torn, you can't decide, and you would love to be the filling, the Decky F in the middle of a sandwich of Max and Sammy.
100%, yeah.
Sounds like a good time.
Indeed.
We also have from ERB, I could ask a question, but I can't be asked, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
Kramit has said in chat, the Sammy Witch. It was a Sammy Witch. That's perfect.
Sammy Witch, love it.
Final question here, and Quantum Player 1 is hoping that you will be 100% straight up on the record, no take backs. What do you think of Tater?
I could be here for days, maybe months. I don't think we've got time for that. Honestly, like, there's so much.
Give us the gist.
We rip the shit out of each other, but let's just face it, we love each other. We work together, and ever since he kind of joined the wheel, we've always had like a weird affinity for each other. So yeah, all the time in the world for Tater, but still will rip the shit out of him for everything he does.
Of course,
like
with your upper bar, lower bar relationship.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Well, I think chat very happy with that answer. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us during the middle of your active combat that you're undergoing right now.
It's all good. It's all good. I hope you guys are well and hope everyone's enjoying themselves.
I think everyone definitely is, and yeah, it's going very well for all of you. We're really impressed.
I'm glad.
Okay, well, we will let you get back to it, and we'll bother you again in a period of time after this.
No problem at all.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Okie dokie. We've got a there. What's the about? Maybe someone didn't like the answer there. Right, it's time to check in with Love and Floofin, who is currently staring down the barrel of about 15 artillery guns.
He is the barrel.
Oh, everybody! Yeah, I told her a massive whopper there. Not everyone is enjoying themselves. Shit. Can we caveat the question with a reminder some are children? Hey, look, I just read out the questions, bruv. I mean, Fish came to that conclusion all by himself, so. Right, I'm going to unmute and undeafen Floof, and we will ask him some questions. Da-dum, da-dum, dum,
Oh,
dum.
shit.
Hello.
Hi.
We unmuted you, and we heard that you were singing, so we just thought we'd listen for a bit.
I do when I play this game. I just sit there and...
The music
Pop away
is
to
so
the
good,
beginning.
though, to be fair.
it is incredibly good. How are you?
We're grand, thank you, and we're really enjoying the show that you're putting on. It's absolutely incredible to watch. All three of you, in fact, are doing very well. But we have some questions for you. Oh, go ahead.
Go for it. No. Hit me with questions, and then I can blabble afterwards.
Okie dokie. So we have here from ERB, he's asked all three of the streamers today, what's your favourite waifu/husbando from Advance Wars?
Oh, that's a good question. Do I give an have the others given a serious answer, or have they memed it up?
I think we've received. Yeah, I wouldn't call them thoughtful answers, but they weren't. People actually tried to answer the question. Yes.
Interesting. It's probably Kindle for me.
Oh,
She was
the
known
Amazon
as-
book service.
No, she was known as Candy in the EU release of Dual Strike, Fish's favorite game. And she had just the most busted normal power that I can't not love her.
But wait, she's not in Advance Wars 2.
Does it have to be Advance Wars 2?
To be fair, he did say that just Advance Wars in general.
Oh, okay.
But
I was going to say, she's definitely not in Advance Wars 2, otherwise I would have played her every single level, because it's fun.
ERB will allow it. He says it's an interesting answer.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
We have here from QP1. He wants to know, 100% on the record, no takebacks. What do you really think of Tater?
Tater is a guy who has been there for me through thick and thin, so Tater is great people.
I couldn't agree more.
Sorry,
Except-
Q, if you were hoping I'd rip the piss out of him.
Finally, we have from ERB here. He says, I could ask a question, but I can't be asked, you know?
Do you know what I do know? I've been sat here for about the past hour, like, I could do this mission, but I can't be asked. So, if your mission was to ask questions, I'm there. I'm already there with you.
I just want to say that question, all three of you have related quite deeply to that particular question. That's the one that's cut through and really got to the core of the matter, you know, the human condition, as it were.
It does happen. It does happen.
But I'm now exhausted of questions, so please feel free to talk about what you were previously going to talk about.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I think people severely, partly because of Decky's fault, you know, I was sat there a lot of time saying, stop overestimating me. As fun as it is to meme on Decky, as like, ha ha ha, it's Decky, things go wrong, Decky fucks up, ha 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 ha. Decky is a very capable gamer, and I knew the moment that he put himself down to actually like research and come up with some strategies that he would play well in this race. So I wasn't terribly surprised when you said the lead had switched. And I imagine it's been switching between me and Decky, because Decky, when he puts his mind to a game, he can learn, and he can learn fast.
So just to confirm, you're calling Fish hot garbage?
No, I think Fish is. I think Fish has done exactly what Decky, you know, always complains that Fish does, and that's not prepared at all, and still performed admirably. To the extent where you're like, oh, if he had prepared, he'd probably have run away with this and be done with the entire bloody game by now.
It'd be interesting for you to watch the race back and see how your predictions have panned out, but you seem to have your finger on the pulse.
I got a question for you, Hax.
Yep, sure.
Did you like how badly Ridge Island went for me?
Who were you playing as in that one?
That was Lash into Grit.
Oh, yeah. That was rough.
I had
It's grit,
my totally legitimate way of playing the game ate one of my inputs, and I ended, I think it was on like day 4 or something, I ended the turn before I'd finished capturing and building.
Oh.
And the second that happened, I went, oh, here we go.
Yeah, I remember Hex was talking about Grit's famous wall that he likes to build, and it was coming towards you in the bottom right towards the west. And we were like, yep, there's the wall.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it to Jess right now. So
Nice.
Yeah,
getting my own back on the AI.
Well, I think that covers everything.
Fantastic.
So
I hope you two are having fun.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It's not been any fan fiction, has there?
Kylo tried to make that happen, but I think he gave up and went away.
Yes, rejected love. It's hard to deal with.
He'll be all right. He'll be all right. He's got Zelda.
Does he now? Do you not think their relationship is on the rocks?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we will let you get back to it. Good luck, and we'll be checking in. We probably won't be checking in now until the piss break in about an hour. So have at it.
Thank you. I'm running out of missions.
There we go. He's muted and deafened. Yeah, those were quite fun questions. Thanks, chat.
Yeah, Floof does have a pretty impressive wall of death going on there.
Yeah, bringing all those units into the middle. So, Kythius and Deck are both on the same map, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Deck is currently further east than Kythius is. In fact, I think the edge of Kythius' screen on the right is roughly where Deck's is on the left.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, looks right.
Because this is another one of the maps I played the other day, so I recognise it.
Looks like Kythius is saving up for his power of money again.
Yeah.
Probably wants to pop the super.
We've seen it before this race. It definitely seems to be a rather useful battering ram. If you can just get everything into place and save up that money, if he just hangs in there, eventually he kind of smashes through.
Yeah, it's been useful in this. It's not something you would normally do in PvP. You wouldn't use superpower. You would just use just keep inflating your money because that tends to be the better play. But yeah, it does finish off clean up pretty quickly, so that's good. Yeah, so if you look at what Floof has here, like how do you defend against that? Like, well, once Grit amasses that, artillery is screwed. Like, there's literally nothing you can do.
Resupplying those rockets as well.
One thing we won't see here is Fog of War. So it seems none of the War Room games are actually in Fog of War. Everything's like fully visible.
Yeah.
And that's probably good because Fog of War, the AI cheats. As in, the AI gets to see everything. Not only that, but not only do they kind of know everything, but they actually basically break the rules. They can attack you when you're hidden without seeing you. Like, normally you're supposed to expose, even if you know someone's in a forest, you're not allowed to attack them until you've actually made them physically visible.
Yeah.
But the enemy breaks that rule as well. They basically couldn't code an AI smart enough to play Fog of War fairly, so it just absolutely cheats. It just pretends there's no Fog of War. And that's kind of annoying and not very fun to play against. And there's a couple of campaign missions where you kind of have to play against them that way, and they just cheat. And in Fog of War, there's one CO who's like a Fog of War specialist, and that's Sonia, Kanbei's daughter. She has good vision, and she has an interesting quirk where you can't see what HP any of her units have. So you just have to keep track of what damage you've done to her and kind of remember. It's a pain. If you're playing against her in PvP, you have to take a lot of notes on what you've done, in what order.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what damage you've done to certain units. But apart from having good vision in Fog of War, she's not that good because she's one of the bad luck COs as well. There's a game out there which is heavily inspired by Advance Wars and is kind of more recently developed. So, let me just make a note of this one. So that's 256 for Floof, for Twin. Alright, Twin. 256. Yes, as Escape Route British points out, it's Wargroove. There are a couple of others as well, but they're kind of in early development still. But yeah, Wargroove is kind of like a high fantasy version of Advance Wars. There's very clear similarity. They've got the same concepts of units. The CO is a unit that's on the map. That's one big difference.
Oh, cool.
But other than that, quite a lot of it is very similar to Advance Wars, and people who like this game also like that.
And there's a deck win. 235,
yeah.
I believe.
235 Land's End. So yeah, if people like Advance Wars, check out Wargroove. There's also Wargroove 2, which is also released, and at least for PvP, people have all switched to Wargroove 2, so that seems to be the better one in terms of game mechanics. Although Wargroove 1 seems to have the nicer story. And one thing that Wargroove does nicely is it actually gives more of a purpose for Navy. So unlike Advance Wars, where Navy's just too expensive and isn't that good, Wargroove, it's fairly priced and more evenly balanced, so it's actually quite fun to play with Navy. And you get one unit, which is kind of like a merfolk, which can go both on land and water, and it's quite fun to play with them as well.
Mm.
Floof is up against Hatchie. We never really mentioned what Hatchie does. So Hatchie is probably the hardest CO to unlock. I think you have to kind of 100% the game kind of to unlock him. You don't play as him in the campaign. You never even see him in the campaign. Hatchie is supposed to be the former leader of Orange Star, the faction. And he... what's his powers? So one of his powers is to be able to buy anything up 50% off during that turn.
Oh, okay.
I think that might be his small power, and his superpower, I think he can build units on cities as if they were factories. I've never even seen him in the actual Game Boy game because I never unlocked him. But and he doesn't come up in Advance Wars by Web either because he's banned. But he is very powerful, and being able to buy units half price, but also to buy units on cities, because that means you can just spam a lot of units, which is always good. So yeah, he's incredibly powerful.
I mean, I feel like this is the story of this match, at least when it comes to Fish. He's still on Italy.
Got a lot of excess money. I don't know if he's really spending all his money. He's buying Neotanks and stuff, I guess. But then he ends his turn with like an airport and a factory where he didn't make anything, so maybe he should have just made more stuff. I mean, if Colin's got so much money to spare, might as well just plot more bombers and Neotanks on the board.
Yeah. There's also a helicopter heading south towards his capital building now. It's not one of the helicopters that carries people, but maybe it's clearing the way for something else. Floof, meanwhile, seems to be just storming through this one.
Yep, he's doing some mech spam.
This map is actually fairly small for the one that Floof's on.
Yeah, and that's good for mechs, because mechs have really low movement. They like nice small maps.
Oh, there he used that power up that puts an inventory on all of the factories.
Alright, Floof has got the super ready. All he needs to do is just... Yeah, that mech can probably grab the HQ next turn.
Nice. Welcome in, Z. How goes the race? Well, we've handily included in the top left the current score sheet, so anyone can read it at a glance. Floof is on 10 maps defeated. He's about to claim his 11th, we think. Kythius is on 5, Dehi is on 7, and you can see the respective scores there as well. They're combined ranks. If we get a tie situation, we'll be deferring to that score to differentiate between the two runners-up, because I think at this point Floof is kind of running away with it a little bit, but also we've still got just under 2 hours of this race left, so things could change.
The AI was actually being smart, plopping a APC on the HQ. Blocking him from capturing. So Kramit says, Wargroove is okay, but the COs being on the field in a loss condition makes PvP a bit stupid at times. Yeah, that is one odd thing about the game. It's like your COs are on the field, and they're really good units, so you kind of have to use them at the front. Because they do so much damage and they heal on their own. But if you ever lose them, it's game over. It's kind of a weird, a very weird decision you have to make about how much you keep them at the front.
It's a 279 for Floof.
7-9. Banker Hills.
Yeah, I like it too, Z. Definitely for future races, if there's a way to calculate score in such a way, I will definitely be embracing the spreadsheet in Season 3.
We'll just have to pick rule sets that are more and more complicated to make an excuse to have a spreadsheet.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, could this be? I think Floof is taking on Italy. Which means Kythius and Floof are now in the same level.
Sorry, did I miss that? Did Deku just... Sorry, did you say Deku won?
No. So Floof is now taking on Italy. So him and Kythius are in the same level again. All roads do lead to Rome. It's true. It's true, Kramit.
Yeah.
Fish's units there looking a bit beleaguered. He's got some Neotanks at the front, though, that are full health, so that should hopefully be good. And he's got some missiles and rockets here, hopefully to deal with this helicopter full of troops that are being sent over by the AI. Fantastic. Thank you, Kramit.
So Deki is up against Olaf. That's one seer we haven't mentioned yet. So Olaf is kind of like Drake, but for snow. So he likes his snow. Never fight Olaf in the winter. So he doesn't have any base passive power. His day-to-day power is just plain, but his mini power is to make it snow. Snow is similar to rain. It restricts movement. That's it. That's all it does. It's actually a weaker version of rain. And Olaf's superpower does 2 damage to all your units and makes it snow. So reduces their movement as well. It's actually hits harder than Drake's superpower because not only have you been hit really hard and you've got your units damaged, but they can no longer really move and they can't even retreat. So yeah, Olaf's superpower is pretty nasty, and he's another staller. He loves to stall.
And Kramit says their infantry all slow down because they get distracted making snowmen and angels in the snow.
Oh, and I should also mention that Olaf is immune to snow. That's also one of his properties. So he makes it snow, but it doesn't affect him.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes his super. Winter Fury. Oof.
I mean, I think it's been a couple of hours since I said it, so I'm going to say it again. Sprite work in this game, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, the reboot went for kind of a Lego kind of 3D toy aesthetic, which is kind of nice. It's also very shiny, like really, really shiny, which I didn't really like so much, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at screenshots of it now. It's not bad, but I agree. It's kind of... It's like they took the original sprites and made them into 3D models, but in doing so, they kind of lose some of the nice cartoony dark edges that make them pop.
Yeah.
I feel like they could have gone a long way to rectifying that just by outlining them in a kind of a black outline. Unlike Jet Set Radio does.
Uh-huh.
Oh, also, I don't like the way that the infantry look at all. It looked like a mobile game, like Clash of Clans or something like that.
Yeah.
But apart from that, yeah.
Advance Wars is actually a sequel series, or at least a spin-off series from the Famicom Wars series. Famicom Wars, some of the games were Japanese exclusives. I don't know if any of them were actually translated to English, or even released in America, but at some point I will go and play those games, because like, it'll be interesting to see what they changed from that.
Yeah, I mean, instantly looking at screenshots of it, both the Famicom and the Super Famicom versions, you can immediately tell that this is a spiritual successor of sorts. How many total levels are there in the war room? That's a good question. Looks to be 30. Yes, 30. Welcome back, Tates. You had to go an adult. Sucks to hear, but at least you're back now. It's possible they could do all 30, but highly unlikely, yes. So, I believe Floof was saying something along the lines of he managed it before, but with one of the banned COs. Or no, maybe he said that even then he only got to 11. I can't remember. But point being, yes, it's going to be very difficult for them to do them all today. So that's why we've got this scoring method. Yeah, so Tater, you unfortunately missed the question that Quantum P1 put to all 3 of our racers today, and that was, what do you honestly think of Tater? And let me just say, you know, like on Jerry Springer, when the 2 people start fighting and they have to get the security guys in to separate them and you know, make sure that no one like actually kills each other. Some of our racers were apoplectic with rage, incandescent with hatred, burning hatred for you. So I really would not recommend going back in the VOD to discover what was said. Just assume that it was nice. Do we have a timestamp? I'm afraid we do not have a timestamp. It was the second check-in, which was, if you're looking at the timer in the middle of the screen, was around 2:40, roughly. 2:35, 2:40. So almost an hour ago. Tater's making you play a Sonic game. It sounds like an opportunity for growth, see. In this instance, you might just discover that Sonic's maybe not as bad as you all thought. I fucking love Sonic, mate. It's an opportunity for your growth, for your hatred for Sonic to grow. There's one great Sonic game. Yeah, all of them. I can't even say that with a straight face. There are bad Sonic games. Yeah, the best 2 Sonic games at the moment are Super Metroid and A Link to the Past. Last night, we turned them both into Sonic games. It was truly a great sight to behold. I don't mean to sound like a complete cunt, but like every time I look at Kaitius' screen, he's still in fucking Italy. It's just, I think he's very... Kaitius is very skilled, but his method here is very much plodding and takes time, while for this kind of challenge, you really want to be going for the quick wins.
Yeah.
Why is his screen more gloomy? It's a good question. Maybe this is just how Fish sees the world, you know? Slightly unsaturated. We can ask him when we check in. By the way, chat, we'll be checking in with them sort of like maybe 10, 15 minutes after the next scheduled bathroom break, so somewhere around the 4-hour 15 mark. If you have questions for chat, from chat for our racers, please do get them in. They can be per racer, or they could be questions that address all of them at once. Please do get them in, and I will take them down. I mean, you could ask them to undress if you want, but I've got a sneaking suspicion maybe some of our races are already natural, because every speedrunner knows it makes you more aerodynamic, which means you actually save time.
Yeah.
I mean, now's probably a good time to ask you, Hex. So you've put down for 2 races this season, and so far, both of them expert wins on your part. Season 3, you thinking about any other races that you might want to take part in and absolutely dominate?
I don't know. Could do an Azure Dreams match with Wugger, but I would get destroyed in that. Wugger is the world record holder in every category in Azure Dreams except one.
Oh wow.
No, I don't know really. I've been thinking of some interesting games. Maybe something like Subnautica, which I've only played through once.
Yeah.
But it seems like a game that I would be interested to learn. When the time comes, I might bring it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also a big fan of seeing what seems to brew in that channel. When people come up with something, I'm like, oh yeah, I'd be really good at that. Maybe I should play that. So it's nice to see what other people come up with as well. But Subnautica, Now, am I right in thinking that is Subnautica not procedurally generated? So is that like
it's not. It's completely fixed and designed map.
Okay, I didn't know that. Cool.
There is a randomizer though. Subnautica is also an archipelago, so we could even mix it with something completely different, like Zelda or something.
Interesting. Don't give Kylorian ideas. Yeah, I mean, Quantum P1, like, maybe y'all should rematch Little Ralph, but this time in English, because a fan translation has been released since we did our race.
Yeah. Although it probably wouldn't make much difference if we skipped through the dialogue.
Yeah, that's fair. A Hollow Knight rando. Ooh. I've never even played Hollow Knight, but it's on my to-do list. I mean, this is the problem as well, is when everyone comes up with these great races, I have to show restraint and go, look, Garlips, you can't run every single race. You've got to make sure that there's room for other people to race. So, like, I like the sounds of a lot of this stuff, but I also think I might take a back seat and see what the community want to do with it, because it might be that we've already got 3 or 4 people who are already really good at that game and make it a really good race. Lost Nightmares, Little Nightmares 1 and 2, I mean. Yeah, I would like to do that. That's definitely, best thing you can do in the StruggleR section of the Wheel of Struggle Discord. We have a channel that's called Future Bouts. If you go to Future Bouts and you start a thread, that's a great place to sound off against other people, see if there's interest. Also, research about the particular category of race to see, if there's things that we need to know, if there's things we need to prepare. You can never get too early a head start on that. So I would say absolutely, even if you're thinking of Season 3 races that are far away for now, you want to go there and you want to put them in there now so that you can get people thinking about them, talking about them, and you can work out some of the details. I think Fish might be turning the corner here.
Yeah. Sit on that factory. That's it.
I think Caesius, as he's watching this VOD back, will also be breathing a sigh of relief in the fact that he looks like he's going to beat Italy before Floof does, which would be, saving face for him, because Floof entered Italy about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, Fish.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the unit kill. He should block that fighter in. And the enemy's gonna make another air unit.
Day 38. I mean, I'm not sure in day 39. Not sure entirely, but I think that probably is the highest day count we've seen so far today.
Alright, that's it, Kaithis. Just kill the...
There
Alright.
it is. Oh boy.
177.
That's a crank for Kythius.
Land's End, 177. Well, it wasn't the worst speed score we saw.
Yeah, that's true.
He's sticking with Colin.
And there's Floof with the Italy victory.
Yep.
That's a 274. Floof indeed did smash Italy.
Well, Floof is going for another grit.
Interesting. And yeah, he's up against is it Drake?
Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Interesting matchup. Two stallers.
Did I see the question for the racers? Let me just look up real quick. Ah. Excellent. That's a great question, Z. Thank you. I'll write that down. Who would you say is the struggler that inspires you to do better? What a great thinking question that is. Let's put that in.
Oh, Becky's facing another snowstorm.
Acolyte of Strugglebot there reminding you that the not the next race that's coming up, but the one after that is going to be a chained together race between myself, Tater84, and Decky F. In the true spirit of teamwork, we will be working completely alone against each other. Quite like that grit theme as well.
Yeah.
Kind of got a country twang to it.
Yeah, it comes across in his dialogue as well. He talks with a kind of a country accent. And supposedly there was some sort of fling between Nell and Grit, which she is really embarrassed about.
Nice.
People joke that she likes him for his bigger range.
I mean, just evidence from today, from the new chatters that we've had, and your explanation of some of the memes and stuff. It does seem like the community around this game is a fun time. Lots of little in jokes and memes and stuff.
Yeah.
From where I'm sat, I can see a whole bunch of threads appearing in the Future Bouts channel. Thank you, chat. You're killing it. In fact, I'm going to start one for the Rando Kazooie race.
Yeah, it looks like I've been re-challenged to Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge salty run back at Hextree. Oh, Z says she wants to join. That would be cool.
That would be fun, yeah. Six races already, Kramit. Yeah. This is what was previously called the Garlips problem. It's now called the Quantum Player 1 Conundrum. Just be careful how much you bite off. But by all means, have at it. Also, welcome back, Tater. You ready to jump into a VC and unmute and say my piece, but I will let them all live for now. You actually went back and heard it. I warned you not to. So we can see Decky F making his way around the map here towards the enemy strongholds. Doesn't look like there's an awful lot left on this map for him to wipe up. We've got Love and Floof making inroads into this easterly island here, which is also his opponent's stronghold. Taking a look at Kytius's map. Yeah, he's mopping up this area as well, but this doesn't look to be the enemy stronghold, so probably they're elsewhere on the map, maybe.
Ooh. Sub attacking a cruiser. That's not a good battle.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the general triangle for Navy goes, cruisers are good against subs, subs are good against battleships, battleships are good against, well, basically everything that it can hit.
Right. Oh, I think Kylo and Quantum are giving birth to a whole new realm of fanfiction. I think there's a budding romance in the air between the two. Did I just call you fucking Kylo? No. There's room for two romances in this community, at least two. I feel like I want to call it Quantatum of Solace. Did I just call you Kylo? I thought I said Quantum P1 and Tata. If I didn't, I apologize. I mean, it's just Tata and Kylo. I was just like basically the same person, right? Very easy mistake to make. I 100% said Kylo. Do you know what that just gives away the fact that he's always on my mind, you know? What can I say? Living rent free. Yep, absolutely. Oh dear. In trying to stoke the fires of starting new shit, I've inadvertently brought up all of the old shit involving me from yesterday. Great.
And there comes the typhoon. Well, Floof's Wall of Death seems to be working. Fight a staller with a staller.
Yeah.
But he did take quite a hit here.
I just need to type something out a second. One moment. Poor Tater's been waiting for Terminator to be nominated forever. There we go. I've exercised something from my brain that I was thinking about. Just a general reminder that I could all write you under the table with this utter filth, so don't test me, bro. I can see why everyone finds it fun, though. I also had to get my chicken and a can of Coke in there as well. It's pretty much the only thing I can say in a hugely reductive, incredibly offensive Scouse accent. Well, I'm glad it's gone down the storm. My 26-part novel series has just been picked up by Mills and Boon. Expect to see it in your local filth palace of choice. Here comes that wall, slowly creeping into this East Island here from Floof. Deck, meanwhile, slowly forcing these forces out of the capital with his Neotank, bullying those poor defenseless infantrymen and mechs.
Floof might be able to just kill all units right now.
Yeah. I mean, he does have one mech there that could be capable of capturing the thing, but honestly, yeah, it's probably going to be quicker to just wipe them out. He's only got that boat left down there once these mechs go. Oh, and there it is. Fantastic. Smashed it.
Yeah.
That is a 284.
284.
On Seoul Harbor. Floof just stacking levels like no one's business now.
Yeah, it was quite a fast approach to that level. I didn't know if that would work, but it did. Strong land he's going for. Is this a multi-opponent one?
We shall see, but anyway, he's going to make it snow.
Oh. Yeah, Olaf and Drake are quite good when they're against multiple opponents, because when you pull your tsunami and your snow attacks, you're hitting everyone.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, Decky's still not managing to capture this HQ, even though he basically owns this area.
Yeah. I suppose the plan here is to camp on the factories, stop their output, deal with any forces that kind of make it round the corner, while he tries and gets some infantry onto that capital building.
He's got one infantry sitting right there. He should just switch over to the HQ.
There it is. I think he's maybe trying to get rid of everything around it first, so that when he puts the men there, they're not immediately trampled out. Because he's only got one infantry unit here, and to get another one here would take a lot of resources and time. So I think he's just trying to prioritize keeping that alive.
So there's nothing that can threaten it, though. The sub and the lander can't attack him.
Yeah.
If he just moves his Neotank and captures, he should be fine. I don't see any issue with doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, he's switched over. Yeah, because now he's closed his infantry and they can't really do much.
To be fair to him, I think that's a valid strategy, is just waiting that extra time to make sure everything's like sewn up before moving, because it feels like Fisher's been in instances where he's not overextended, but he's just at the point where it's constantly a back and forth that results in no progress being made. So it's probably worth the extra turn just to make sure and lock it in.
Pythias has a lot of battleships. Those are something like 32,000 gold apiece.
Wow. Bonkers. I will add that question to the list, Tates. Thank you.
Oh.
There it is.
178 points for Decky.
Not a fantastic
178.
store, but it's another level beaten.
I don't think anything's more complicated than the Quantum Scheme nomination rules. In fact, Quantum, would Advanced Wars be acceptable to play, or would the CPU demand that you have to play the Famicom Wars first?
That's a good question. Oh, nice use of missiles here from Floof.
Yeah.
Yeah, Q's been stunned to silence. He had to disappear to the bathroom for reasons.
So Tata asks, have we seen any strategy or technique that would explain why Fish is 2 maps down? Is he not doing something the others are? I think I would say his strategy is maybe lacking in some places. Like he's sort of, and he himself said this as well, that he isn't able to do the end game. Like he isn't really able to clean up efficiently. Maybe a couple of minor mistakes I saw him make was that he didn't sit on factories, like the enemy factories, when he cleared them, so the enemy would just keep making stuff. Like once you've cleared the enemies off the factories, just put something on there, even if it's just an infantry or an APC or something. Then that means the enemy can't make something. A couple of times he didn't do that, and that just kind of just made the game last longer and longer and longer.
Yeah, it exacerbates everything by just making it kind of continue on for days and days and days at a time. Yeah, I think the difference here is that, again, I don't think that Kythius is playing poorly. It's more a case of he's just not playing fast. And that's definitely something we can see in the other two, for sure.
Yeah, and cleanup is always annoying because it's just not something that's enjoyable to do, and it's why in Advanced Wars by Web we have rules that avoid cleanup. Like either, just like in chess, when people know they're done, they'll surrender. But also, if you capture like a certain percentage of cities on the map, then you automatically win. So that prevents you having to actually bring it down to the last few units.
Yeah.
But yeah, Colin, isn't great with cleanup. He's also not great on those really narrow passages because whatever unit he has at the front of his army is kind of weak. Just with that minus 10-20%.
Right. We have now reached the time ascertained previously for piss break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undeafen all three players and ask them to stop doing exactly what they're doing, where they're doing it. Hello racers, you can all hear me, but we can't hear you. It's the perfect scenario. Could you please all stop what you're doing exactly where you're doing it as soon as you possibly can, please? Excellent. I see you all paused. I'm now going to pause the timer. I'm going to unmute all three of you.
Hello.
Hello. It is now time for your scheduled bathroom break.
Thank you.
I do not need to go. I'm a professional, so I will just sit here and wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Incidentally, we have asked chat to get cooking with some Season 3 Dream Scenario races and getting the threads started in future bouts. So, definitely a whole bunch of threads in there you're going to want to check after the race.
I can check it now. Oh, no, I can't.
Well, no, you can, because there are no... I don't think there are any spoilers for this race in there.
I'll hold fire just in case someone decides to.
Hmm?
I won't check until after, just in case.
Oh, no, I think you're good, but, you know, if you want to do that, I totally understand that as well.
Future bouts. Little Nightmares 1 and 2, Mirror's Edge, Salty Rotten Nice, Hollow Knight, Rando Kazooie.
Yeah, so there's a randomizer for Banjo-Kazooie, D-Mac was telling me the other day. I don't know exactly what it entails, but I want to race it, so... Signing up for it with literally no idea what to expect.
Super Metroid Zelda 3 Return. Mega Man 1, 2, 6.
Yeah,
all 6.
D-Mac is a monster. I've already posted in that thread that I will not be taking part in any way, shape or form, but I would love to commentate that shit.
I think I've only ever beaten the first 3.
I've not even done that, so...
Not even part of Wily. Did you do the Wily Wars race?
I
Not
did.
race, but
I almost beat 1. I almost beat 2, but that was it.
And then Sad X Supersonic Percent. Oh, that sounds awful already.
Well, we have Octo on record saying he is definitely up for it and he's going to show this time, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh. How's everyone anyway?
Yeah, we're really enjoying the race so far. We've only got just under an hour left. Sorry, I'm replying in one of these threads. I also took my hand at writing some erotic fan fiction.
Who? What?
Well, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Another budding romance has been slowly burning away. We've discovered that between Tater and Quantum P1, there might be a little something sparking. So,
I can understand that.
Yeah, so, well, allow me to read from my 26-part series, Quantatum of Solace. Quantum P1, gee, that must get awful lonely, said Tater, running his index finger back and forth on the controller's wire. It ain't so bad, replied Q, trying not to give away that he was a little hot under the collar. I could take you for chicken and a hanachok though sometime.
Oh, there it is. I was going to say, it needs a little bit of Liverpudlian in there.
Tater's heart leapt inside, but he played it cool. Sounds good, Manine. Was he drooling? He hoped not. That's all I've got so far, but I've already got a publisher interested, so...
Good.
Excellent. Yeah. You need an editor. I'll do it for free. Oh my god, I don't know if I could do another hour. The stress is killing me.
Oh, goodness.
Likewise.
Well, I'm receiving word from Lord Fish that he might be done as well. So, I mean, if you do want to call the race, we can call the race.
I mean, I'm happy to call it. I'm only just starting a map.
You are currently at the
I'm close to
4-hour
finishing
mark.
this one.
If you're finishing one.
I'm also due to finish a map in the next 3 to 4 hours. So
I mean, it's up to you, gentlemen. I'm quite happy to call it.
I was mostly being melodramatic.
I'm quite happy to call it in 10 minutes if you want like an extra 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Like, there's no point playing the whole 5 hours if people are exhausted and they want to stop. But I will leave that decision firmly up to you three.
I was being melodramatic. I'm all right, but how are the other two feeling?
I was not. I know there's no drama in where I'm positioned. I well imagine.
Without
So
giving
I'm
too much
fine.
away, even if all three of you won your next map, or one of you did and the other two didn't, it would not change anything, if that's helpful information.
Fucking hell, Decky, how good have you been?
That's nonsense.
What
No,
the fuck?
I'm happy to call it because I feel like I'm not going to finish this map in an hour. My last map was an absolute struggle. I made a
Hey,
bad judgment. Yay. So it's entirely up to you guys. If you want to carry on for the next hour, I'll try and finish this map in an hour. But again, as Scarlett said, it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, I'm happy. I messaged Carlos and I was like, I'm going to finish my map and then I'm happy to just tap out, do my talk through, and then wander into the sunset.
I'd like to finish this map just so that I can brag I got it done in the race. But
Yeah.
I'm happy to stop after the map if the energy is low.
I'm happy to play through until Floof finishes his map he's on, and then I can challenge myself to finish this fucking map while he's doing that one.
Sure.
Okay, alright, so we will play until Floof beats the map he's currently on.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you, guys. That's really kind of you.
No, that's
That's all right.
fine. Hex, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Smashing. Alright, well, if you're all ready to unpause, we will continue the race until such time as Floof has finished his map. If you're all ready,
Ooh.
okay, we're continuing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, continue. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys.
Sorry, I thought we'd have just a little bit more of Floof humming the tune there before I muted him. So, our players have decided to call it a day once Floof beats this map. So, I guess now the question is, will Kytius manage to finish his map before Floof gets his? No questions. Don't worry. You know what? If you've got questions for me, we will pose them at the end. Okay? We'll do a little Q&A section once the race has come to a conclusion. Especially seeing as most of the questions I have are for all three races anyway, so...
That is an insane navy that Kythius has there.
It is. It really is. And after today, you know, we had people in the chat talking earlier about, you know, you're not going to see a lot of navy. There's not a lot of navy. Yeah, I mean, Kythius has brought all the ships today.
Yeah. Yeah, even on this map, you wouldn't normally make a navy. You would just kind of ferry units across, and maybe make some air units. But if it gets to a real stalemate in the middle, maybe you might pop some navy units, but they're quite expensive. So
yeah. I think Floof is about to capture the green building next turn, providing he keeps his units safe here.
yeah, when you capture the HQ, you get ownership of all their properties.
Oh, so that's a huge boost to resources as well.
Yeah. Alright, just yellow comet left. Or gold.
I'd just like to thank everyone, by the way, in the Wheel of Struggle Discord. The Future Bouts channel has been absolutely positively popping off with a whole bunch of, well, ranging from, you know, kind of nice ideas to sadistic, or masochistic, as the case may be. So, really do get involved with that, and, yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for putting so much energy into it today. Had a real flurry of suggestions and ideas. Don't forget as well, there's also a channel in there for feedback about StruggleR. I've already taken a lot on board that people have already had from this season, but if anything hits you, strikes you as an idea or a feedback suggestion you think you might want to make, feel free to use that channel for that. There are definitely some changes we'll be bringing in. We'll probably have more, what's the word? More integrated scoring methods so that, you know, everything appears on screen and is very easy to digest. The chat will probably become a little bit smaller, trying to give a bit more screen real estate to the gameplay itself. Yeah, I've got quite a few ideas, so it's going to be really fun to put those into effect. So anything else you can think of, just let me know. And Floof has got two avenues of attack here from the north and the west, making inroads immediately into this section of the map so that he can wipe out the rest of the troops. I think he's going for wipe out and not capture. Although I could be wrong. Escape Route British, they're suggesting the Gen Z BrainVot version of StruggleR, where you've got 3 different screens at all times. Just try to retain viewership. Is Kythius going to manage this? I think he's in a race now, ironically, against Floof, but I think Floof might just beat him to the punch here. Yep, he's even giving it a little bit of time just to make sure. And there we have it. It's a 284, which is another S rank.
284.
I'm now going to unmute all of our racers.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Racers, it is done. It is done.
Well done,
Fish,
Fish.
this is heartbreaking because we are almost about to see you win this map.
I'll let him finish.
It's fine. I will finish in the background while
Okay.
While he's doing that, we could ask a few questions that we've had from chat. There are questions for all of you, so feel free to all pipe in with your answers. From Z has asked, who would you say is the struggler that inspires you to do better?
I've got so many of them. It feels like such a cop-out answer, but when I first joined, it was Markman, because Markman was just this true ungodly AI. But now, Quantum Player 1 is a player who has vastly shot up in my expectations from StruggleR, actually. Not only does he put on an incredibly entertaining stream with what he does, but it's also just incredibly fun to watch. So it's really hard to pick one person as an inspiration, because I think the community's got so many for different reasons.
That's totally fair. How about you, Deck?
I mean, I feel like it's going to be a cop-out, but I want to kind of echo Floof's answer. Like, I knew Quantum before, obviously the wheel came about, and then, like, during the early stages of the wheel, he even kind of hosted us a little bit, as, like, it was just a bunch of friends. And then I've met yourself, Floof, Mark, Tater, everyone in the community, and you, as Floof said, like, you all have different things that kind of go, well, that's fucking awesome. I want to be at that. And yeah, and the more and more we grow, the more and more people will say the same for, I reckon.
No, it's absolutely fair. And Fish here is about to stomp on a building and bring all of this to a close. But if I dare you to tax your brain in 2 different directions at once, sir, is there one who inspires you?
I'm going to be really mushy about it and just say I think genuinely the sense of community and the thing that everyone has come under this ridiculous event community thing that I made up in a Telegram chat one day just to spite Octobot baffles me and makes me very, very happy in equal measure all the time. So I don't think I can pick a favorite apart from it's Decky, because he inspires me to do better in that I just if you look behind you just see Deck all the time and you really don't want to slip back to that point.
No, that's just you, it's just real life. I'm just constantly outside your place.
Oh right, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop that.
I was going to say that it's really beautiful what's been built off the back of a very spiteful, petty decision. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
it really
I mean,
makes your heart
that's
weep.
where all the best ideas come from. Is from spite.
Couldn't agree more. We also have a question here from Tate, who says, this looks to be a complicated game. Is it more or less complicated than Quantum's game nomination rules?
I think in true Quantum style, it's both. We don't know how complex it is until we look in the complex box of Quantum's rules. So it's both more and less complex than the complex nomination rules.
I totally
Yeah.
get that.
Plus, you can build any units in it, whatever order you want, and we can do whatever map we want. So it's kind of less complicated in that sense. Otherwise, if we were all queue in this situation, we'd all be going through the maps one by one and not doing the next one until the previous one was done. Shots fired. Sorry, Q.
Oh, yes. I don't think he liked that.
Love you, Q.
So, all that remains to be said is to exclusively reveal where the scoring is at. So I can confirm that there were many hand trades of the first place during the early stages of the race. Certainly even up until the 2-hour mark, I believe. But it was then that a kind of a predominant victor emerged. I can now confirm that in last place, Kythius, with a completion of 7, and a total score of 1655. You're bringing up the rear very strong, my friend. Honestly, absolutely
I'm happy
smashing.
with it. I'm more than happy.
Yeah, we were actually saying, considering the fact that you didn't have a great amount of time for practice or indeed tactics of any kind, you actually done yourself very proud. So just think what you could do
I'm happy.
if you did have those things.
No, that's a nonsense thing that people say. People said it all throughout my schooling. But if you really applied yourself, you could do something like that. No, that was it. That was all you get on the day.
Tater also wants to add that, by the way, Tater went back and listened in the VOD to all of those things you said about him when I asked you what you really thought of Tater, and he's hurt, he's confused, he's upset, but he's getting over it. Although he has said now that he's you missed jury selection, so he's got everyone that he wanted.
Interesting. I didn't even realise it was a criminal trial, but I learned something new every day.
Proceedings have evolved, yes. Okay, bringing up second place. Drum roll, please, everybody. With 8 completions and a total score of 1980, which is a great year, we have Dekiev. Dekiev, by the way, you had the lead at several occasions, and I think when you watch the VOD back, you'll be really pleasantly surprised how well you were doing. But runaway victor with 14 completions and a combined score of 3,710. It is your favourite, chat's favourite, Love and Floofen.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks, Mitch.
14.
Yeah, so what's really interesting is that Floof's strategy was to play longer maps at the beginning. So what happened was you actually took the lead in the fact that you were clearing quicker maps faster, but you were also getting a higher rank score as well. So even when it came down to tiebreaker, you were beating Floof on tiebreaker, but then as time went on and he just stacked more points, it was always going to get away from you.
Yeah.
I'm now awarding chat for their
I mean, I'm happy with second.
well, yeah, and I
I'm
think
different
Sorry.
COs, which
Go
I'm
ahead.
pleased about. I made a small resolution to myself that because the rules were designed in such a way, I wanted people to use different commanders. I tried to use different commanders. Obviously, some I repeated, but I used 9 different commanders, which I'm very pleased with.
Nice.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, my plan going into it was to use Colin so that I could just absolutely spam out units and make up for my complete lack of strategy and tactics.
Did it work?
That's quite smart.
I thought it worked quite well, but what that led to was me really struggling to like finish off maps and just getting stuck in like a bottleneck for ages while I just tried to get Neotanks up to the to the choke point.
Yeah.
Which I could have done better, but I was just in a zone mentally, and I was like, this will work eventually. I'm not stuck. I'm not failing, but it just wasn't quick.
I think Fish spent so much time in Italy, he might be a native at this point.
Yeah.
And,
You got stuck in Land's End, did you?
I did, yeah. That was particularly painful.
And there was a real mini race within the race, because Floof had also gone into Italy. Admittedly, a long time after Fish had gone into Italy, but he was about to beat it before you, and we were very worried and upset for you. But you managed to beat that.
Well-deserved victory, Floof.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Smashed it.
Well done to both of you. Genuinely, you keep playing down how well you've done or didn't do. I think you've both done very well, and I had a lot of fun more than anything.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I think I had a strategy up to a point, and then as soon as I ran out of I did my strategy, I was kind of like, oh, what the fuck do I do now? So I slowed down drastically, and then I kind of did like an Olaf level, and I was just kind of like, oh yeah, Olaf's kind of the same as Drake. What have I done to myself? Oh well.
It's going to be really fun as well for you to see it. Like, quite a few of you played the same maps, but there were some real variations as well. Both Decky and Floof went for missile planes, which was a fun map to see.
That was fun.
I think at least two of you did the Trident as well.
Yeah.
It's been really enjoyable, and I absolutely think you should watch the VOD at some point soon and be pleasantly surprised. But I'm going
to watch it the second it goes up. I want to see what shit was talked.
Fantastic. I think you'll find surprisingly little actually. But here it is. Here's the podium. We have Floof in first place, Decky in second place, and Kythius in third place. And you might be asking yourself, Golems, why is there a weird little gap between their names and the podiums? And that is simply because I had to move them last minute because I had Fish in second place. I was wrong.
You fool.
Oh, wow.
It didn't mean I didn't believe in you, Dex.
That's fine. I didn't believe in me, so I don't blame anyone else.
Lord of strategy games and puzzles has disappointed twice now.
Yes. Yeah. I'm basically setting up a massive villain turn where I go into a cave for 3 years and then I emerge as some science experiment gone wrong.
You know what? I'm here for it.
If you watch DBZ, you just do a hyperbolic time chamber thing, but clearly you don't love it enough.
No, I've literally never watched it.
And there goes Decky's reference.
Okay. Well, thank you all so much for an absolutely wonderful race. We've also knocked out the park, I think, personally, but especially Hex, with the level of expertise and knowledge that we've been displaying. So really, I think this is a shared victory between us and Floof.
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't get your now mission. I ran out of time, but I swear I was going to use it for a level.
It's okay. It's okay. You clearly rose to the occasion regardless. So, okay, I'm going to head over to calendar now and talk you through what's left for StruggleR Season 2. We've got a race on the 27th. That is Thursday evening. It's a Trials 2 race between myself, Fish, Z, and Wugger. That is going to be at 8 o'clock GMT. And yeah, you're not going to want to miss that. It's going to be an absolute shit show, I believe, because certainly on my part anyway. And I would imagine because Decky F and Mr. Matt Internet are commentating, it's also going to get real weird.
100%. I'm studying just different trials from different time periods and stuff. It's going to be
Salem witch trials and
yeah, Salem witch trials, all sorts of stuff. Random murderers, stuff like that. It's just
lovely.
I don't know, Mr. Matt's just going to be weird anyway, so it's going to be great.
It will be. And I mean, talking of weird, we're also going to get fairly weird on the 8th of March when we do our Chain Together race. That's going to be myself, Deck, and Tates, with Mark commentating and Floof as well. So I would imagine that's also going to get quite weird because, well, once Tate's beaten the game in about 20 seconds, they'll have a lot of time left while you and I tough it out.
Yeah. It's a me and Garlip's race. Tate is just there for the fun.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Right, 1 second. Someone's texted me something and I'm being a complete professional by replying. There we go. Next up. So I dropped my phone on the keyboard and it transitioned to a different scene. That's
Which wouldn't have happened if you weren't texting while you were.
Yeah, texting while streaming. Whoops.
Consummate professional.
I'm in trouble with the popo again. Bad Run Club race. That's going to be on 13th of March. That's going to be between myself and Handsome Strife. It's going to be a tech disaster. Not just because Decky F is going to be hosting alongside Fish, but also because there are so many moving parts during that race that it's bound to go wrong. In fact, I feel like if I just keep saying it's going to be a tech disaster, when it goes 110% correct on the day, I'll have earned it through like some kind of karmic rebalance. So I'm goading the universe into making it go okay. And that's going to be pretty much every game that we've covered on the Bad Run Club on a wheel that gets spun literally mid-race between games. So that's going to be fun. And then closing out the season on the 19th of March, we're going to be doing a blind race, a mystery game race, where there are 2 games that our runners have never played before. It's going to be Floof versus Ads versus Deck versus ERB. And of course, myself and Z are going to be on commentary. We've both played those games. We know everything about them, so we can offer some fairly good commentary. But yeah, our runners, they have no idea what to expect. So anything could happen. Anything could get thrown at them. It's going to be interesting to see what they do when they are faced with something for the first time.
Indeed, it's going to be a fun race.
It really, really is. I'm all of StruggleR is good. Every single race has been entertaining and fun, but I really feel I wanted something special for the finale, and I feel like that is really going to capture something truly special. Okay, well, that's everything from us today. Sorry we called it early a little bit, but I think, there's no use trudging on in the trenches, waging war if, everyone's spent and the ammunition is gone. So, thank you all so much for being here. Chat has been popping off. We've had plenty of new people today. It's been lovely to see you. Yeah, we had a new follow from Archlord Pie. Archlord Pie gave a lot of good information about Advance Wars in the series in general. So that's been really good to see. I will start in reverse order as I usually do. So, Kythius, aka Fish, where can people find you and the things you do?
Right here on the Wheel of Struggle channel. I do have a personal streaming thing that occasionally happens as well. We might try and get some Charles practice done this week, but no promises. That would be the first practice of all time for me. So, just Wheel of Struggle. Everywhere you find Wheel of Struggle, you can find us, find me. I think, Garlips, you mentioned at the top of the stream that the website is going to be getting a little bit of a lick of paint and a bit of polish. So that will be going live, I think, imminently. I think it's more or less ready to go live. So keep an eye out for that. And just stay tuned in the Discord for all things Season 7 with the Wheel of Struggle. We're obviously coming up to the end of Season 2 of StruggleR. So can't be long now.
Can't be long indeed. Got that to look forward to at some point in the future. Next up, it's our second place, Decky F. Where can people find you and the things that you do?
Hi. You can find me on twitch.tv / Decky F. I haven't streamed much apart from a few practices here and there, but maybe I'll be streaming more later in the year. We'll see. Hopefully for WoS Struggle Season 7. You can also see me in Bad Run Club with Garlips and Handsome Strife. Also Low Res with Mr. Matt Garlips and Adrian's Revenge. And last one, Stream Chat AI, before Tater has a go at me. And I work with also Strife and Tater. And WoS Struggle, of course. I've got my fingers in all the pies. So it's, you can find me pretty much anywhere.
We've asked him to wash his hands several times. He just refuses. He says it slows him down.
It does.
And finally, of course, our first place, Love and Floofin. Where can people find you and the things that you do?
Yeah, so you can find me on twitch.tv/loveandfloofin very rarely. You can find me playing through strategy games and, in the case of Populous, teaching people how to play Populous on Lavengi Gaming. You can find Populous tournaments at Populous Reincarnated, and of course, if you ever stick your head in there wanting to play a co-op campaign or two, you can find me in Populous Reincarnated. I am a moderator as Lavengi_OP.
Lovely. Thank you. And of course, none of this would have gone half as well today if I didn't have the absolutely brilliant Hextree at my side. Hex, where can people find you and the things that you do?
Yeah, at Hextree_ on Twitch. I do a few casual playthroughs of games, and I'll try and stream every Wheel of Struggle game this season.
Fantastic. Well, we'll look forward to that. I'm Garlips. I'm at twitch.tv/Garlips. I've got my finger in all of Deck Pies, and I'm refusing to take them out. You can find the various bits and pieces that I shit out onto the internet very easily if you just search my name. Cool. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm just going to take a quick look and see if there are any wheelers who are streaming right now. But if there aren't, we will leave you to your own devices and disappear into the night. Or the day, depending on where you are. Just having a quick look. I don't see any wheelers. No, I don't see any wheelers. Cool. Okay. We will leave you to your own devices. Please do check in on Thursday for our next race. It's going to be 8 o'clock in the evening GMT, as I said before. You're not going to want to miss it. In the meantime, feel free to head to wheelofstruggle.com, find the link for the Discord, and check out all of the various discussions, especially the ones about the future races that we're thinking about for Season 3. That's exploded over the last 2 hours, so really do get stuck in and involved in there if you so feel like you should. Thanks, everyone, for being here, and, well, I hand it over to our racers for the final word.
Hello.
Peace was the correct option.
Well, now all of the guns have fallen silent. Peace is truly upon us, at least until Thursday.
Garlips, wouldn't it still be funny if you kissed a butt?
I think, it would be funny, but it depends on what kind of kiss, because I think that turns it from
a butt.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the nature of the kiss determines whether it's comic or something else entirely.
Okay.
Building a real mental picture there.
Yeah, I have nothing else to add. I've written this on a piece of paper last night, and I'm going to keep asking it every time we talk